Call to order. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows for board members to prepare for upcoming regular sessions. These sessions are typically more casual and are primarily for information gathering. No formal votes will be taken. We will begin our pre-work session with our book study, The Governance Core. Governing with Coherence and Synergy is Chapter 5. This month, Board Member James Herndon will facilitate our discussion. Take it away, Board Member Herndon.
Excellent. Thanks, Dr. Sultan. So a chapter about how coherence is key. I'm going to talk for a little bit, and then what I'm going to ask from board members. Hans, the third option is for you, okay?
Okay.
Of the 10 distractions to coherence, which, if any, you feel you may have been guilty of? You can answer that one. That'll be fine. Number 2, just give me your favorite quote or nugget you took out of Chapter 5. Or then finally, Hans, what would you have done differently to improve the chapter for this audience?
I'll take that one.
And I figured you'd like that one quite a bit. So I talked about coherence. I did appreciate this line on page 88, that sharing unity of purpose is at the heart of board leadership, and the difference between uniform and unity. You can be a unified board with individuals of complete different styles. It's like every section had a part that was like, you know, because boards have very different political beliefs and aspirations. Stood out to me how inapplicable that is to our current board. And even when I've shared publicly that my uncle was board chair at Bullitt County for about 12 years, and he said that a majority of their time was fighting over politics. And we shouldn't do that. Don't need to do that, at least not in my experience. COVID fight notwithstanding. And then on page 92, this is my answer to the favorite quote. Of all the characteristics mentioned above as a requirement for creating a culture of collaboration, perhaps the most important on a school board is trust. Lack of trust makes collaboration virtually impossible. Collaboration moves at the speed of trust. In other words, very important, the board, as board members, as a member of a team, to have a certain level of trust, because honestly, at the end of the day, the minutia of everything requires you to take some stuff for value. My favorite one that I think that I've struggled with the most as we go through the 10, and then I'll be quiet and let you all talk, is bringing your own perspective, your own professionalism to the board. Which number was that? Sorry, give me a second. Number 9. To me, this is the one that, particularly as I was elected to the board, I thought, you know, oh, I was in the classroom, I know what I'm talking about. Or, oh, I'm in finance, I know what I'm talking about. And then just to kind of be quiet, try to suck all of that in, kind of realize that there are nuances there. Probably hardest part of being a board member for me, and I've certainly seen it with other lawyers. The lawyers who've come on and have a certain level of legal expertise, and then, you know, have comments with lawyers or real estate agents on the board, and just they bring such a level of knowledge that sometimes we get distracted by it. And then I'll answer the last question that I have for everybody, which is, I didn't particularly care for the chapter. It seemed like it could have been about 2 paragraphs long. It's like, learn to trust each other. Because if you don't, you can't do much else. And here are some of the ways you can get distracted. It's why say in 20 pages what you can say in 2, and a lot of it just kind of missed the mark. So to reiterate, and I'll start with you, Board Member Anderson. Either your favorite quote or nugget you took, which of the 10 distractions to coherence you may be guilty of, or worry that you may be guilty of, or number 3, just like how would you have written the chapter differently, more appealing.
Well, I highlighted a lot, and like you, I did like the collaboration moves at the speed of trust. I also highlighted forgetting that they actually have no authority as an individual member of the board, because I guess as a teacher, as a parent, and, you know, obviously as a resident of Decatur, I take all of it to heart. You know, like I said, last year when we looked at the budget, I think I got 4 hours sleep. And so, it is something to grapple with because, I don't have any authority. But I will ask questions, and I trust that we'll listen to each other. And, yeah, I think these chapters also, I really question the premise of some of these, but we can talk about that another time.
And if I may ask, I'm deeply curious how an English teacher would respond to the writing in the chapter. You don't have to answer that question. I may take a pass at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that bothers me about this, like you said, James, we all come to the table with world experience. And so there's accepting that, you know, none of us is running operations, but all of us has a mind and a level of expertise. And so the balancing of knowing when you're getting the content you need to make those decisions, but then when you also have questions. That's it for me.
Dr. Sullivan?
This one was actually easy. I think I struggle the most with, micromanagement or accountability, and that's just my own personal struggle in life as a leader. I think, there's a fine line between holding people accountable and getting into their lane. And I think a lot of this I highlighted, and I was like, oh, this is direct feedback for me, where it's like those dreaded, well, this is my suggestion, or these are my thoughts, and sometimes that can be taken by people, very wholeheartedly, or they can feel like you're overstepping your bounds. And I think in a lot of the leadership roles that I have to realize that sometimes, I always say my ideas are good in my mind, but that doesn't mean that everybody else receives them, like that's good. But I think in this role in particular, I think to Tracy's point, we are one part of a whole, but ultimately the operations go to the superintendent. And sometimes it can be difficult in this role to realize where your authority ends and the superintendent ultimately takes over. So that micromanagement piece versus when you're simply holding the superintendent accountable, I think is always a point of growth for me, directly.
I bracketed the section that if an individual trustee, board member, shows interest in a given issue on behalf of constituents, does not automatically mean that he or she is micromanaging. Something I've heard all of you do, and they're like, hey, I have concerns about this. Problem is when you cut it off, like it is when you try to get a favorable decision behind a closed door, you know, to point the conversation, that's a problem. And so, to your point, ask questions. That's great. We want things to be the focus of the board. It's almost like, okay, and then I trust you to handle this. I brought it to your attention. Be good, cabinet. You know, like let us know. Because I think that it's just as bad when you don't raise questions about things that your constituents bring to your attention, right?
Yeah, and I think I think the one positive in the way that this chapter was written is in the next page, he gives some examples of where micromanagement can occur, suggestions for improvement along the way, which may be interpreted by the staff as interference. So giving direct areas of suggestion to particular cabinet members is probably more along the lines of the job of the superintendent, or making the superintendent feel like you've lost confidence in them, so you're giving so many suggestions or so much feedback or asking so many pointed questions that the superintendent is like, well, hey, what am I supposed to make of that? That borders on micromanagement as opposed to kind of a team-based approach.
Dr. Whitaker.
Yes. All right. So the part of the book that I really thought, it says in almost every case, they have a superintendent who is thought of as highly competent, transparent, focused, and motivated by the shared moral imperative, and therefore is trusted by the board. These truly are examples of e pluribus unum, all of the trustees and superintendent coming together as one governance system, making quality strategic decisions after thoughtful debate, sometimes with negative votes. That was the bottom part of the paragraph where he calls out collaboration, trust, and purpose. which are really those top three, if you're going to not just be team CSD, but truly to have synergy, to have coherence, to really move the ball forward, I think that's key.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes.
So I had reached out to, board chair, I apologize, to Mr. Herndon, former board chair, Mr. Herndon, in advance of this, because the opening paragraph I found, maybe the first two paragraphs I found quite interesting, because the thesis that coherence is really important for school boards is important, but they talk about how all elected leaders are driven by, or the effective elected leaders are driven by unity of purpose and all of this, like working for a common good. I just thought it was very ironic given existing circumstances. But so I found this chapter deeply, deeply frustrating, not so much because of its message, which is difficult to argue with, but because of the way that it was presented. We'll talk about that in just a second. I did feel like it pulled the airplane nose up before crashing by the very end, because I do actually away from this around trust is just indescribably important. I do feel like that's one of the strengths of this board, that even if we disagree, that we're all here for the best of the students, and that it's worth listening to one another. And if we don't agree, understanding why we disagree, because within that disagreement, it's still around what is best for the kids. I mean, I find that it's one of the things that I have enjoyed working on this board for. What I change, I would edit out all of the cyclical circular truisms. The whole being coherence is important to maintain coherence type language that's in the book. I found that's why it's 20 pages long instead of 2 paragraphs. I can't argue with the point of it. I just feel like if we were to edit this book down, we could literally read it in an afternoon and be done, as opposed to having to be told the same set of truisms over and over again.
Actually, can I say one thing to you? Because I'm reminded of the yellow paint from the book last year, and I just feel like examples of more nuanced situations would be far more helpful than the obvious ones that almost never seem to apply to us. So that's my recommendation.
So I shared some of the same frustrations. It was just so redundant. So often, like you said, the importance of coherence is coherence. I mean, just really frustrated. Then on page 100, I was frustrated that he spent a whole page critiquing this other book. I thought he had beef with the authors or something. Fuller and Quinn in 2016 published the book Coherence to Help School Districts Focus and How School Systems and Different. I mean, he called out 2 school systems that thought that they had found all the answers, and I just was confused by why he took the time to critique this other book.
He's one of the authors of it. Fuller is the.
I didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention to that. So then I guess that helps to know that he was one of the authors. Go ahead.
But that's actually part of the problem in the book, though, is that they almost never reference anything other than what they themselves have written. It's another example of fairly circular logic.
Yeah. A quote that I had appreciation for was under the representing a constituency.
What page?
On page 113, the 3rd paragraph. In the context of constituencies, when a trustee is asked, who do you represent, the response should be, wrong question. The right questions are, what do you represent? What is your internal moral compass? And how does that guide you in your trustee role? And I
wrote, next to that.
So I appreciated that.
Yeah, that, you only had to answer one and you knocked it out of the proverbial park. That was great. No, I think that's good. I think I giggle. People are like, you know, who do you represent? Who do you represent? We represent the kids who didn't get to vote, and that's what we're, you know, talk about all the time. Bob Wilson does a good job of repeating that ad nauseum. And I think it's true. That's a good example that you represent what you think is best for the kids, and individual voters will vote for their bottom line or their, you know, something great. And so it is, we are often in an awkward position. I like that quote.
A quote that I found meaningful is on page 88, or at least I think it's on page 88 in the old one, I'm not sure. But, it says, a unified board is made up of individuals with different beliefs, styles, and personalities working together with a shared moral imperative in a collaborative, cooperative fashion toward a common goal. And I thought that this quote, kind of represents, or, yeah, kind of like stands to represent our board, because, you know, every board member has a different experience. But, you know, we all come together and, you know, work collaboratively.
Excellent. That's it. Chapter 5. I don't have any nuggets for you to take away. Chapter 6 is next.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Board Member Hernandez. Next month, Board Member Anderson will facilitate Chapter 6, Governance Responsibilities of the Board. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Thank you, Chair Stolten. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 4 policies for feedback and exploration of one more.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Stolten, Vice Chair Oaks, esteemed members of the Board, Superintendent Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Gima Whitaker. In accordance with the 2024-2025 policy calendar, Policy Code I, Instructional Program of February. Today we will start by seeking input on 3 policies from this policy code: IGB, Student Support Team, Dyslexia Identification and Support, and IC, Curriculum Development. We will then revisit policy GAHB, Staff Political Activities, which was initially discussed during pre-work in December and January. Finally, we will seek board input from an environmental scan of IDDS Special Education Programs. Feedback will be used to inform a draft of this policy to be brought to the board in March. As a reminder to the public, policies that are presented during pre-work are new business on which we are seeking board input. These policies are being presented as initial drafts. They are being shared together with input and feedback that can be reflected in drafting or revising any future version. First is policy IGB, Student Support Team, which is being proposed as a new policy. Student Support Teams, or SSTs, support the multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, process. MTSS is an identified district focus area, and this policy would codify MTSS expectations at the policy level. As drafted, IGB addresses the requirement of each school to have a student support team and states that SSTs are part of the MTSS framework. Any student with a Tier 3 intervention plan will be assigned an SST. The policy indicates that parents or guardians will be invited to participate in all meetings of their child's SST. However, parents are not required to attend. In instances where families are unable to attend, the school team will take steps to communicate the meeting outcomes with the family. It also states that SST data review meetings should take place in accordance with the student's needs. Finally, the policy states the superintendent or designee shall establish support team procedures that are consistent with the state board rules. So at this time, I welcome any board input for policy IGB, Student Support Team.
I was wondering, it says SST data review meetings should occur in accordance with the student's needs. But I was wondering if we should say that they will occur at least the minimum amount of time.
This is part of the conversation during the drafting, both with our learning and teaching team and with our legal team. And there's a lot of conversation about how there's rules about it being at least annually. And we went back and forth because best practice is really every 4 to 6 weeks. And then we had conversations about when there is data, it should be in response to the data that's available with the need. And so we spoke particularly about that language and put it in there because it could vary a little bit based on the data that's gathered and the needs of a particular student.
But when I was still in the classroom, I know there were often conversations or parents frustrated that it's taking too long. And so that's why.
And so, yes, some would say the process takes too long. Others would say sometimes you get a fast pass that automatically takes you there. So it's really based upon that need of the student and the data gathering, that phase, if you will.
But we know once a year wouldn't be enough,
Correct.
right? I mean, we know even twice a year wouldn't be enough.
Mm-hmm.
So it just feels like there has to be a minimum amount of time that you wouldn't let pass without some type of meeting.
I want to just, if I may, Dr. Johnson Davis, to me, it sounded like your question was more directed after the student was within the program, how often are they meeting to review the progress and the data, either with or without the parents, not necessarily how fast the student got selected to be put into the program. Because I think there is a difference. I mean, I do think that what you're asking, if I understand correctly.
This process could lead to you being identified as special ed. And so,
Mhm.
and so, it could happen that it went too fast, and then the student could be put in the special ed. Yeah, that's not been my experience, but, it just feels like there should be a minimum amount of time, and, because we know that even, you know, I don't know, it feels difficult to fast track a student to tier 3.
Is there,
I've seen it here.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I guess that's something that should be built in too, in terms of the, I don't know if we have a policy, in MTSS? Or is this?
This is what we have right now, yes.
Yes.
Okay, because it feels like, I mean, it was always my experience that you have to have, you know, worked on these goals for a certain amount of time before you even considered increasing the level of support.
I have had that experience in my professional career prior to September 2023 as well. But September 2023 in Decatur, there was more than one instance.
I feel like that should be built into a policy, and that's one of my, when we get to the special ed, that's some of my feedback, in terms of identification, because in the IGD, which I know we'll get to, it gives some very specific, detailed instructions about identification. And I felt like that's missing from special ed. And so, you know, I mean, in order to have some guardrails in terms of preventing fast tracking and preventing taking too long, there should be some.
I think some of that, so at the policy level, this is the policy level. I think as with policies come regulations at times, and then comes the actual technical procedures by which teachers are held accountable to. So the policy level, based upon environmental scan of other districts and what was there, in addition to legal's, you know, feedback, and specifically in Decatur. And so that's where we landed where we are. But if you want to put a minimum in IGB, tell me kind of where you want that. The review meeting should occur in accordance with the student's needs.
Or the review meeting should occur, at least every 4 to 6 weeks.
Feedback, I'll get the learning and teaching experts, and I'll get legal representation, and we'll bring this back and understand that that's something that we're looking for, and we will bring to you kind of what's advised based on a deeper conversation around that request.
Okay, and that last sentence in the second paragraph is the one we're gonna,
Correct.
walk through, okay.
Yeah.
And for clarification, is this meeting frequency for when these children are first identified, or are you thinking for their routine?
Right, this is
MTSS
after the plan has been developed, and so, you know, you typically have these goals, and so
Okay.
it's being collected, and so how often will our teachers or the SST team getting together to discuss that data?
Mhm.
But isn't it possible that it could differ based on whatever the issue is? Like, some kids may only need to meet every 6 months.
Often
or some
depending
kids-
on the intervention,
The
some
intervention
interventions have
itself.
to be monitored over a longer period, or, you know.
But 6 months,
I mean, I
That
don't know,
would be
I'm
it.
totally asking.
right, that's what I'm saying, it shouldn't go 6
Legal.
months.
Legal has a,
Yeah.
has a,
So one of the considerations that we look at with policies is that when you put it into a policy, it becomes a requirement. So it doesn't give the team the flexibility or the school level the flexibility. Because if you say 4 to 6 weeks and they don't do it every 4 to 6 weeks, they've now violated their own board policy. By putting it in a regulation or in an internal operating procedure, it still says, hey, this is the best practice that's expected, but it isn't in a policy where you could create a ministerial duty on the school district.
But if best practice is within a particular period of time, and historically we have not met those particular periods of time, isn't that precisely what the policy is meant to redress?
I think that you want to leave your team, your SST team at the school, the flexibility to operate in accordance with the child's needs, because some students may not need a meeting every 4 weeks. Some
But-
students may need it.
But I'm not saying that it has to happen every 4 to 6 weeks, but I'm saying that should we not go to the SST not go more than this amount of time without meeting? Like so if we said, if we, you know, I think 6 months is not reasonable, but if we said 3 months, a team could meet before 3 months, but just, it wouldn't wait until 3.
Based on when I give word for Annie.
Yeah, I just wanna, so as someone with experience with this, not teaching as a parent, and some of this predates then Dr. Whitaker's arrival, I do hear the concern about timeliness. But I also hear the concern that we don't want to be committing to a certain number of weeks. So it feels to me like we're addressing the existence of this through policy, but we might need a presentation about the implementation to better understand how it's working. My technical question is with the second paragraph, so I'm trying to figure out, the first paragraph says that there will be one support team. So that allows for one support team in a school, which may be comprised of parents. Because I'm confused in reading this, is it suggesting one support team per student, and that may include a parent, or one support team at the school that may include a parent, teacher, counselor? Because the second paragraph then says, let's invite parents to be involved or something.
If I may, I think this is an extraordinarily important question, but I actually don't feel that we got closure on Dr. Johnson Davis's question. I'm wondering if we can just make sure that we are capable of capturing and ensuring we redress both.
so with with this statement, my takeaway was to come back on that second paragraph, last sentence, and be able to go through a drafting process or revision process, and we'll bring it back to you with some different versions to see. I mean, we'll see what's out there, basically.
That sounds good.
That's what I wrote down, that we would do.
Thank you.
And then, I'm also very interested in Ms. Anderson's question,
Yeah,
to make sure we.
I'm confused because the first reads that each school is required to have a minimum of one student support team, which includes a minimum of 3 participants. Participants should include parents and relevant school personnel. So I'm not trying to be pedantic, but is it just saying that Claremont has one SST team in totality that's a teacher, a counselor, and a parent, or is it one SST team per student? I don't understand how parents are part of the SST team.
Parents can serve as a member of an SST team. So it's saying that each school has an SST team,
Okay.
and it has to have at least 3 participants.
Okay.
Parents can be a participant of an SST team, but are not required for it to occur.
It may just be I'm sleep deprived, but the way I'm reading this is, okay, so the school has to have a minimum of 1 team. And so it is conceivable that at one elementary school, there's just 1 team composed of, because I'm assuming we don't want parents who aren't parents of a child to
They
be.
would never.
Right, so that's the way, am I reading this wrong?
But it may be that the team may not have the same members. So my SST team may be these 3 people, but yours may have a different 3 people. So maybe it's not where Claremont people are the same 3 folks for everybody who requires it, such that those same 2 people are completely overburdened, is what I was thinking.
And then I think the other question I had was regarding parent or guardian notification. So I know we can't guarantee that a parent or guardian receives it, but, and I'm hearing, I understand what we want in policy and what we don't, but I think I want a little more understanding of how we're making sure that the parents and guardians are aware. I don't know if that's to revisit in the policy writing, but there, maybe that's a
I
practice.
understand what she's asking.
So parents are invited to participate in meetings, and this policy would state that as well. I think that's in accordance with the state board rule, if I see nodding yes to confirm. So, yes, the parents are invited to participate.
So the policy is parents are invited, and then we'd be looking at practice or implementation to ensure that parents got the invitation.
That is the rule,
The correct way. to do that.
according to the rule.
That's according to the state board rule.
So it's the first sentence of the paragraph,
Mhm.
of the first sentence of the policy, I should say, is really how everything underneath is really in accordance to adhere to that, including the invitation of parents to participate.
I think I understand Tracy's initial question about each school's required to have a minimum of 1 student support team. Really, each student will have their own SST team.
It's saying that schools have to have in place an SST, a process for SST. So this is just saying, student support team is this thing that has to exist at every school.
Right, but would it be reasonable to have that each student will have their own SST team because
They're
the
seen
mem-
by different teachers. The team would be different because the teacher's different.
right. So wouldn't that be a more
A clearer way
way of expressing, saying that each school will have 1 team because the team changes per student?
Yes, but I thought about that as you were speaking, but then I was like, if you take that language out, then the policy doesn't have the language that makes it required that the schools have to have this policy in place, or they have to have the team structure. You see what I'm saying? So, yes, both are true. So I
But
think
if you said each student
it should
has
be,
to have their own SST team,
so maybe you need to add that, sentence.
You
but
need
don't-
to make,
Yeah, you need to
make
add
it
that sentence, but by saying the schools are required to have an SST team, you're saying that the schools must have the support structure in place, even if there is, on the flip chance, only there's no students that require SST at the start of the year, they still have to identify that they will provide that support structure. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, and insert sentence to say, if the team is required, these are the people who would be potentially on the team. That needs to be 2 separate sentences, not in one.
for each student.
So we will work on some revised language based on that feedback, and we will go from there in preparation for next month's meeting for first read. Right. Next is policy IGB, dyslexia identification and support. The recommendation to create this new policy is being made in response to recent legislation. As part of this initial draft, teaching and learning staff met with a group of key stakeholders with particular interest in the dyslexia identification process at City Schools of Decatur. During this meeting, the parents provided input on what was important in the community regarding dyslexia identification. This also provided an opportunity to reflect on current processes and consider adjustments based on feedback. The meeting concluded with an agreement to review the feedback and discern which key components belonged in a district policy and which components were more conducive in operating procedures. Highlights of the draft policy being presented today include a stated commitment to early identification, intervention, and support for students with characteristics of dyslexia as summarized in state board rules, using an MTSS framework to universally screen students in grades kindergarten through third for characteristics of dyslexia, an indication that school teams will use data to identify students with potential characteristics of dyslexia and intervene accordingly. This includes all students, even students with existing IEPs. States that parent notification takes place prior to universal screening, but that parental consent is not required for universal screening. So at this time, I welcome any board input for policy IGD, dyslexia identification and support.
So for me, this almost felt like a regulation because it was so specific as to what will happen to identify students. Like this regulation, I mean, this policy could have read like the IDDS in terms of special education, that, you know, we're gonna follow what the state says about students with dyslexia. But it's so detailed, which is what had me thinking, well, then we need to explain all of that in terms of how students are identified for IEP services.
And we haven't drafted IDDS yet, so
Right.
we've just done the environmental scan of that
Right.
so far.
Right. But it just felt like this was so detailed, it just felt like it would be more appropriate. These steps would be more appropriate for a regulation than a policy.
If I may, the reason why I'm glad we're detailed at a policy level is because of how, I think, short we have been in responding correctly to dyslexia historically, and I think there's some correction that we're making at that point, right? I mean, so I don't mind us being more explicit within policy around something that we've historically had a challenge with.
But that's what we said, I mean, a policy is a policy and a regulation is a regulation. And so, you know, we're gonna be consistent in terms of, you know, the policy explains what.
So what, and the other explains the how.
Yeah.
And I could feel the who was going.
Yeah, and so, I mean, because we could do this for so many things,
Mm-hmm.
we're trying to correct things, but I don't know that this level of detail is appropriate for a policy.
So then I have a two-part question. The first one is, how much of this guidance came from the state? I think there was a lot
That's
of,
from being at NV.
yeah, a lot of push came from the state. And then to Dr. Johnson Davis's concern, does that mean that you just pull out the second paragraph in total?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so our learning and teaching team worked on this specifically. Right now, one of the things that's interesting when we do the environmental scan, the new dyslexia legislation, really, we are one of the first to look at adopting a policy particular to IGD. So there wasn't as much of a scan, so we did have to rely on state law and legal input as well in the drafting of the policy.
And so I just did a quick scan of gifted student programs. You probably wonder why I looked at that quickly. With my background, in our policy manual, it says, the school district shall identify and serve gifted students as prescribed by state law, Rule 160-4-2-.38, and then the superintendent or designee shall develop and implement administrative procedures for the operation of the gifted education program, including its criteria for continuation of services, and such administrative procedures shall be available for review by the public and the Georgia Department of Education. So this, for gifted ed, reads similar to the environmental scans of IDDF, and this is IDD and gifted. So I can definitely see where you're saying, okay, go with the first paragraph to say, we are going to do it, and we will do it in accordance to the rule, which is 160-4-2-.39, which is interesting, because it's the next one that was developed after gifted, and then say, similar to keep it in line. And that's what would be IGD, and I know we haven't gotten to IDD yet, but you could stay in that same vein if that is what this board would want at the policy level, but making sure your implementation and your procedures are tight and available. That's it. I'm just saying that to be consistent across all of these policies, because even for us, your gifted policy was created 12/13/22. So it's only 2 years old, but we know why we are at that point, so.
So I want us to be very precise about language, because consistency does not mean, like, we want our policies to not conflict. But it's always going to be the case that we're going to have differing levels of detail in policies where it's necessary based upon our judgment and based upon history of the district. I don't read the second paragraph as a description of how. The second paragraph is the description of what. It does still have generic language in it. It's saying that we're going to, intervene appropriately. It's not telling us how we're going to intervene. And that's all the stuff that's going to happen at the regulatory level. I think, yes, we could have this level of detail in every policy, and maybe 20 years from now we will. But I think that at this phase where we are building out our, let's be honest, our destroyed policy handbook, then we know why it was destroyed. We are providing additional focus in areas where we know there's been significant concern in the community. I agree actually with you that when we talk about special ed and we talk about some of those programs, we probably actually want this level of detail because we have historically not done that well. I don't know that we need this level of detail in every policy because I'm not sure that there's a problem at every level of every policy, but I know the parents that have been concerned. I know the community has justifiably been concerned around this. I know the community is justifiably concerned around special ed. So maybe in those policies, we should spell out with a little more explicitness, if for no other reason than an interested party that wants to understand our policy doesn't have to read our policy and then go read state law to understand really what our policy is.
I think consistency is important because if it could look like because a certain group got the attention, where we have over-identified Black students for special ed, right? There has not been the same, we have not seen the same rallying cry around that like we did for dyslexia. Because we know that this...
Well, that's truly been why I said what I said about the last policy, because I did see with my own two eyes, like, oh, okay, here to go in special education or moving to tier 3. So I understand what you're saying.
And so I'm just saying, I think it comes down to our understanding of policies and regulations. And it's not just because, we want to make sure that group understands that we understand the seriousness of it, because we do. But if a policy is kind of, the what, and this is what we believe, and this is what we prioritize, and then the regulation gives the how, then I feel like that's what should happen. I mean, and I think, and then we are intentional about explaining it all to the community.
I think that's true. However, for those who are listening, there are a lot of students of color in our communities who were missed
or, not properly identified because of our dyslexia, practices in the past. So I think there were, quite a few students of color whose parents were very vocal about the need for improved dyslexia practices, for whatever that's worth. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think, is it possible that this is a particular policy that has language that is fundamentally more descriptive? That's kind of what I was thinking as I was reading through this. Could we, instead of striking the whole second paragraph, just strike K-3 exhibiting characteristics of dyslexia and individualized reading support plan? Could we strike from there down? Because that does kind of get into some detailed language. Maybe that's a potential way to go.
I don't think the right index is for us to say this is too descriptive. I think the right index for us to say is we also have a problem with special ed over-identification, and the policy should be very, very transparently clear and descriptive about that problem. And so I would say that when we talk about special ed and we talk about the way that gets, and again, I'm being very clear, I'm not suggesting that we get into the weeds of the how. I agree with Dr. Johnson Davis and the rest of the board that that's not what we want to be doing. But I would say our job on this board is to exercise our judgment where we have lacking policies and where those policies have harmed us. And I very much agree with Dr. Johnson Davis. There is a differential level of attention in the community on those two things, but there does not have to be on this board. And I would say we would very much want to provide that level of detail in the special ed policy as well.
Okay, I just think that there's a reason why in our environmental scan that, all of these, districts have very similar, IDDF policies because this is how a policy is written. I don't think it's that they don't have a clear appreciation for, the seriousness of special ed, but I think that this is just how policies are written and all of the level of details what goes into the regulation.
Okay, the last thing I want to say, and then I'm going to pass the mic to Board Member Anderson. I think some things clearly belong in regulation, some things clearly belong in policy. I think we need to decide not based on the content of what is here, but based on the language, what belongs where. So if we feel like something is regulatory language, then we should strike it. If we feel like it's policy language, not based on the topic, but if it feels more regulatory, then we should strike it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to confirm, then, we're not committing to explaining, how often, for example, the screening will take place. We're simply saying we'll have a policy, though, that for within these 4 years, at some point, a student will be screened for dyslexia. The way I read this, because I thought it said, kindergarten through third. So the screener will be administered to all students in grades kindergarten through third. But we're not regulating how often that screener is implemented as one, right? We're simply saying we will offer it.
Universal screening takes place annually.
Right. So I think I'm perfectly comfortable with having that in writing. Now, if we want to move down to third and fourth sentence, fine, but I like the fact that we will say that this will happen at least once in those 4 years.
And that is probably something that is the difference between this rule that is new versus 0.38 that I've referenced before is the guidance gives us very little room to change because it's brand new guidance. Meaning that rule is brand new versus 0.38. It's very different in the way the state has provided it to us. We don't have a lot of room to do anything much different than what's already in there besides selecting the screener. The screener itself is what we can do differently, but rules are rules.
I feel like we should be jointly talking about special ed, because I think that there is,
Well,
yeah.
it's not just special ed. I think that then we need to relook at gifted. I think, you know what I'm saying, if we're going to talk about how using this, you know, we're gonna be using this, and we're gonna do this for these grades, and we're gonna do this for this grades, and then we need to, relook at, other policies where we, there's a process to identify students.
Yeah, I'm just saying for 160-4-2-.39, we're just simply restating what it says, where .38 gives you more of opportunity to select what you want to do, how you want to do it. This is just really restating what's in the state board rule.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. You said this.
The dyslexia identification and support, which is .39.
Mhm.
Everything that's in that second paragraph is pretty much in that state rule. So we don't have the opportunity to do much different besides out of the 5 screeners that the state just told us, December? They said, oh, okay, you need to make sure you're using one of these 5. Other than that, we have to do what the state says. They haven't given us much room to do anything different, where in other state board rules, you have more latitude because this is brand new and it's regulatory at a state level to a different degree. I mean,
Well, it's just state law, it should just say state law. The policy should only be what we're doing different than state law, or it's just a poorly written policy.
Oh, I disagree with that. But I don't think that's the case at all. I absolutely think it's the case. I mean, I don't think our policy should read in such a way that you read the policy to say, oh, we're just gonna follow state law. Like, why do we have policies then? We could just write our policy book in one fell swoop and say all of our policies are to not violate state law, and then let that be done. I think it makes sense.
Second part of what I said? I didn't just say split state law, and we should specify places where we're doing more or different.
Well, I think in this particular case, we want to make it, because otherwise, all we're doing then is law. I think this is the case.
There are a lot of these issues where, what are we doing in school systems? Following the state law.
Yes.
And if we're not, then that's in the policy. I'm unclear what you're disagreeing with.
I think that to put more detail in, because I think that
You
there's.
just said that we haven't put more detail in, we've just.
No, that's what this is, that is what that detail is. It's not different from state law. I'm not trying to suggest that, but I don't see why it's an issue to be clear in the policy exactly what. Again, I also disagree that this is a statement of how, which is reasonable and acceptable for policy. I don't mind that detail in there.
Well, the argument is for taking detail out, so, because it seems like the more detail we add, the more we're getting to regulatory language. So
That I don't
then-
disagree with.
Well, then I think that's what I keep saying, is the argument here is not the validity of the policy itself, it's whether the language appears regulatory or appears policy-like. So if it appears regulatory, then we should take it out, but.
We're gonna use a multi-tiered system of support. That's a how. That's a how we're gonna do it. I mean, this is all the how.
Can I respond
Please.
to this? Dr. Whitaker's point, this particular regulation or state board rule says this is what you will do. So this is basically just regurgitating what the state board rule says. Now, I want to contrast that with the policy we just looked at before. The state board rule with regard to that policy gives you much more discretion that you can have in your policy. For example, it gives you a list of 10 or 12 different individuals that can be on your SST team. You can choose who those can be. It doesn't prescribe a minimum number of meetings that you have to have. It gives you more discretion. So if you, as a body, you can choose to say, oh, well, we're going to put it in our policy, but once it's in your policy as a shall, it is no longer discretionary. So that is where you start getting into the how, is telling the schools, this is how often you have to do this, this is how, that is the how. So, and I think you have to keep in mind, do we want this to be a ministerial, I said discretionary. You do not want to create a ministerial duty for the school district, meaning if they don't do it, they have violated the policy and potentially opened you all up to liability. You have to be careful about that kind of thing in policy.
And it sounds like if this is coming from the state, I don't know how much discretion we have. This is coming from the state, the second paragraph.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we wouldn't do these things.
And so if it's coming from the state, should we take it out? Or should it be, or should, to James's point, should we add language that says per state guidelines or per state something or other?
What
This
would be in the
you will
regulation?
apply.
What would be in the regulation?
So, I'm sorry,
I was gonna say, and feel free to jump in, anyone. In the regulation could be something about like when we're choosing to screen. So every fall, we're going to give this. We're going to ensure that, there might be the additional tools that we're using as part of the screening process could be in part of the regulation. It's what screener we are using.
And the rubric.
Yeah, so that's where we got a lot of feedback from community stakeholders, was around the regulations. So would we report the RAN to families in our communication? The dyslexia rubrics that I shared earlier, they had lots of feedback about that. So what would be in those rubrics? How would they be communicated? How often? So it does seem like there's a lot in here, but I assure you that it goes into much more detail in a regulation.
If the administration does not feel this is stepping on their toes from a regulation standpoint, and if this is non-discretionary language, I would in all cases default to providing more detail to the public, so long as it does not impact our liability. I would default to providing more detail to the public so that they can understand what our policy is to the best of our ability to communicate it. I would find it infuriating as a parent to read this policy and then to go have to open up state law to find out what it actually was. And so that is my fundamental index. I would, and I understand Dr. Johnson-Davis's point about other policies, but I am never going to argue for us to make it less clear to the public what it is what, not how, but what it is that we intend to do.
Board Member Anderson.
I think, can I just make a distinction here that the policy we were looking at earlier was citing a specific team, right, that would be formed of a minimum of 3 people. I don't think this is a how. We're simply saying that there's going to be a framework, which I believe is different from regulating how that framework is formed or how that framework is working. Hans, I think what you're describing is a separate communication. And so we have the policy that explains that we're going to be screening for dyslexia, and then maybe we have more intelligible, understandable communications to the parent that explain specifically what is now happening with your child based on this or that. I wouldn't be writing in the more that you're talking about in policy.
Oh, no. I mean, this is the amount of detail that I want to provide. I'm not asking to put more than this in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, just to be clear.
So, I'm very clear, I want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. So, if it's a policy that is essentially just, yes, we will do state law, you want to say, describe that state law?
So long as it is not curtailing the district's discretion where they're permitted the discretion, so long as it does not increase our liability, and so far as it is not actually describing a regulation. If it is not doing...
So the cons there are, as the law changes, we open ourselves to potential liability.
As the law changes, we have to go back and adjust our policies. I am presuming that.
And the pros that approach are...
Because for years, we've had an unintelligible policy book that a parent couldn't engage with because you read it, for some period of time, just didn't have a policy book. But then two, if you have a policy book that doesn't actually say anything beyond we're gonna follow the law, that's pretty infuriating as a parent. That is, I don't understand why a paragraph, which is a clear statement of what, would not be included to allow a parent to understand what we are committed to from a policy standpoint. I feel like we would want to do that to the extent possible in every policy.
So in addition to the legal liability, are we not concerned at all that it's sort of, asserting authority over something that there really is no authority, which as a parent can be far more frustrating to spend my time and effort coming and having a meeting, with Ms. Burton here and demanding that the MTSS structure goes, and then I show up to Principal Thomas, and I'm like, the policy says this, and they're like, oh yeah, that was state law, we actually have no control over that whatsoever, sorry for flexing like we do.
No, the opposite is what I'm saying. I'm saying that what we would be doing in the classroom or in the schools would be the state law. If a parent reads the policy and is having something done other than the policy in the classroom, then yes, I want the parent to go to the school and say, you're not following state law. Like, that's the goal. I want this to be transparently clear so that parents are empowered to take action with us if we aren't following the policy.
You care about state law being restated here as opposed to all of the other previous policies.
So a parent doesn't have to hire a lawyer to understand what it is that we're saying we're gonna do.
Okay, so say that again, huh? So like with these, say with the gifted, are we gonna go back through these other policies
If there is
to explain the process? Because this to me is an explanation of the process of how a student is identified for dyslexia. Will we go back through these other policies and that where, it requires students to be identified for these other services?
I respectfully, I disagree. I think this is a restating of what the state law is. I think that, as Ms. Burton stated, the actual identification process is much more detailed and will be in the regulation. And I think that's probably what the parents are going to ultimately really want to know, hear, and see how their particular child is going to be identified, what the follow-up process will be, what screen are you going to use, when is it in the spring or is it in the fall, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, this is not a formal description of how the identification process works. It's a description that there is an identification process and how it is structured per Georgia state law. Maybe, I don't know, I'm agnostic to whether or not we put that language in there, but I don't know if this dictates or necessitates that every single policy is worded this way. To Hans's point, the question is, or to James's point, the argument was, does every policy have to have a descriptor of state law? But every one of these may not have a state law precedent that backs it up. This one, it happens to.
So we're assuming that state law doesn't exist, no state law that tells the process, and I don't know, for how a student is identified for gifted services. We're assuming that.
I know that state law, and that state law is extremely long, and it is extremely detailed, and the school systems have a lot of different options of doing things. So as a policy-making body at this level, I would not suggest you try to interpret that in your policy, just like for special education. To identify for special education, you are talking about all the multiple disabilities, all the different types of assessments. It's very, very robust. But when I'm looking at 3.9 or 0.39, which is the state law, rules and regs for 0.39, which is dyslexia, and what we have really does say what is in here, and it also says what the LEA must do, and the LEA must notify parents of the universal screening prior to the implementation. Parental consent is not required in the administration of the universal screening. If the LEA determines the additional screening is necessary for a student who exhibits the characteristics of dyslexia or other disorders, parental consent must be obtained prior to the administration of the additional screening. And for students who exhibit the characteristics, the LEA must provide the parents with the resources, information, and materials regarding dyslexia. And then it lists what is the informational handbook for parents from Georgia, as well as the International Dyslexia Community. So those are examples of what's required in the rule, what .38 in gifted looks like. It's very similar, but you have so much more leeway because .38 was written so much more long ago. And it was birthed out of special education, which is, as you know, extremely lengthy in its identification. So I just wanted to kind of,
I feel like,
it was
that, you
there.
know, when my boys, were at Renfro and we were trying to get them into the gifted program, it was so, it felt so subjective and loosey-goosey, and I had nothing to reference to go to. And so I, you know, if I look at the frustration that you're saying that parents are gonna experience, I experienced that.
I'll support you.
And that was just, you know, a couple sentences that I had to look at that she just read in that gifted.
And I just by a quick scan, and you can see, so this is dyslexia at a state level. That's where it starts and stops. Gifted at a state level. It's so much more. Now, if I go into special education, you know it's gonna go for a long, long time.
All I'm saying is, now I'm gonna leave it alone, I'm just gonna go with the will of the board, is that if there is certain information that we're saying needs to be in here for a parent to be able to access and understand, then just the length of it didn't matter. What needs to be pulled from that, because we're saying that that's important. And so it's not just that this is a much shorter law, you know what I'm saying?
We have massively long policies elsewhere. I agree. I mean, I actually agree with Dr. Johnson Davis on this. I think that.
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
Yes, yes.
Because I didn't hear the will of the board saying that we wanted more communication. So I just think we need to be clear about what we're now talking about. So we're looking at policies, right? We agreed that the previous policy needed some work, right? And I think we've now been told that this policy is largely confirming what the state is telling us we have to do. So the other communications to parents would have been more in an operational realm or a support realm at the school level and not board policy.
I agree, and I think that's an important point so that we don't spend the next 2 hours going back and forth with this, because I think, Ms. Lynch has some other policies she wants to go over. Are we telling her to leave this paragraph as it's written? Are we asking that she trim some language here based on that middle paragraph, which for context, if I'm understanding, is basically largely based in state language? So knowing those facts, are we telling her to leave it like it is, or are we asking her to edit it?
It's not the length, it's not the length of the policy.
Not the length, and that wasn't the question, based
Well,
on
so
the
what I
content.
thought I heard you say
Based on
was
the content,
to edit it down, and that's not what I was saying.
it doesn't have to be edited down or up. Are we telling her to leave it like it is, or are we asking her to edit it? Add, subtract, multiply, or divide, what are we gonna?
I'd like to be very clear that we're not telling them how to do their job when it comes to screening dyslexia. We're telling them to be legal.
Right.
And I've heard them say that they recognize and accept that within the policy as written.
And all I'm saying is if whatever we leave in this policy, I would request the same type of information in other policies that deal with how students are identified for services.
I agree with that as well.
You know, if the will of the board is to keep this, I would request similar language in other policies.
Which policies specifically do we need to go back and re-review then, so that she can bring them back to us?
I would need some help on that, but
Gifted and special ed.
gifted and special ed, is
special ed is coming up, right?
We don't have a special ed policy.
But-
So
So
we're-
this was when we drafted.
Because I asked about
You did.
special ed, that's how we got the scan, I asked about special ed after I looked at this dyslexia one.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
one-on-one.
So to summarize, we're gonna leave this as it, we're gonna leave it as it is after all of this. We're gonna leave it as it is. Everybody okay with that? James?
Yep, I'm good. I'm always good.
Board member Anderson?
I see.
All right.
Yeah, I just have a seat. We're talking about I see now.
I invited Ms. Burton to stay with us. All right. Next up is policy IC, curriculum development. It is being proposed as a new policy. As we grow our course offerings and pathways, it is important to set standards for our beliefs on curriculum development. As drafted, this policy addresses curriculum design, curriculum development, curriculum guides and course outlines, curriculum adoption, and pilot projects. Some specifics include the curriculum shall align with the student competencies required by Georgia law and the State Board of Education, but wherever possible will exceed these minimum requirements to provide enriched and engaging learning opportunities for all students. And the curriculum is accessible and available to interested persons. The policy further indicates that CSE will systematically review and revise its core curriculum in alignment with the state adoption cycle whenever feasible. It states that curriculum guides will serve as foundational frameworks for teachers. It also indicates the elimination or addition of a basic course of study would require the approval of the superintendent or their designee. At this time, I welcome any board input for policy IC curriculum development.
The name of this policy, that comes from the.
GSBA code.
Okay, all right, because this was a little confusing for me, because we have design, development, course outline, we have all these different things, and curriculum development was like the second thing. So I was wondering for more generic title, but that comes from GSBA.
That does, it comes from the GSBA codes, and again, we do an environmental scan to see what other might be included in other policies, and this was kind of a common format or layout or things that were included in as part of that scan.
Let me ask you a few questions. Do we currently have a curriculum policy?
We do not.
Okay. And then in paragraph 2, I think it is, there's, so we will systematically review and revise the core curriculum on a 6-year content area rotation. So then, once we implement the policy, is that year 1? If we do implement this policy, then, so if we don't have one now, I'm just curious about the 6-year.
Yeah, not necessarily, it wouldn't be that they'd all hit at once, right? So that's that piece, and feel free again to jump in with the state adoption cycle. So for example, the state has a cycle, you know, we just went through like ELA standard
Right.
adoption and math, or we're going through in math standard adoption. So it wouldn't be year 1 starts and then in year 6 we have to do it for everything. It would be just part of that cycle.
And then I think, am I reading this correctly, like curriculum guides? So is that as an example, social studies curriculum guide for the school district or per grade level and then per level? Like, I mean, I know AP and IB are separate, but, you know, we're talking about something like gifted, we're doing honors, so if that's in the weeds, you can tell me. And then, then the follow-up to that, I guess, is just where does, if at all, I was thinking of our community engagements session when people were asking, like, hey, we're using digital, are we using books? And so, you think?
Curriculum guides would include things like sequence, lesson plan, so it could be a variety of different things. Syllabus, but it's always gonna be at the grade level, always. So, you know, nothing like K-12, ELA, you know. And then tell me your second question.
Yeah, I don't know if I articulated it clearly. Would this be an area for us if, and maybe Hans, piggybacking on your stuff from the last go around, where we do visit the presentation of the curriculum. So like some of the questions I heard at that engagement, the community meeting in the fall was, hey, we have online, or do we have books? And I know we've adopted books for, say, K through 5. So would the actual curriculum in digital or print form be addressed here, or is that still like an operational school issue?
Yeah, like, do we have syllabi for every class, those sorts of things?
Yeah, so yes, at secondary, but not, at elementary. So that is something that we could add in. I think I would recommend that for regulation. There is, so I think you're asking about textbook adoption, and there is another policy for textbook adoption. So that would go under, that would be
That's a different
separate
policy.
Does that come before?
That's in instructional resources.
Okay.
I like the policy. The phrasing exceed to provide enriched and engaging opportunities, and the second paragraph that are relevant and effective. Either what we mean when we ask you to be enriched and engaging, be relevant and effective, or, I don't know, if I got that, that'd be like, what does that mean? So I don't love language that's flowery without direction.
The book must have been hard this week.
I don't have a solution to that. I would imagine that, you know, you would develop them different times, call for different forms of engagement.
And I would say this really goes to pull in our vision and mission. It's literally the same language that you read at the top of a board meeting.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, but for curriculum, I guess I finished that, the last sentence, like, the projects have a high potential for long-term success and system-wide benefits. I like that language a little bit better.
Better
Right,
than
than
up there. Okay.
provide enriched opportunities that, you know, why? Well, if they have long-term success and system-wide benefits, that sounds good to me.
Is there a way to take that flowery language and make it line more to the language that's in the strategic plan?
Okay.
Right, like student success in all areas, or whatever the terminology is that we already use?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Got it. Yeah. That's where my brain was.
yeah.
The vision, mission, strat plan,
Yeah.
where that language all needs to kind of lie.
Right, we'll take that feedback and come to you with revisions. All right.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
Policy GAHB, staff political activities, was initially introduced in December and was also discussed through a protocol during pre-work last month. Based on this board's discussion, a few revisions have been made to the policy. The board determined the scope of this policy should address political candidates specifically, not broader societal issues that may be part of it. Therefore, a definition of political activities was added. It states, quote, political activities refer to any activity directed toward the success or failure of a political party, candidate for partisan political office, or partisan political group, end quote. Item number 7, under employee participation, was also edited slightly to bring clarification that it referred to the newly defined political activities. This time, I'd welcome any additional board input for policy GAHB, staff political activities, before it moves to first read in March.
And I'm sorry if I should know this, was this already posted for public feedback?
No, so this was based on last month's conversation, still in that conversation, will then go next month, and then it'll go for public feedback.
Quick, like grammar thing, number 7, where we've edited it, it says, or any other political, and then we have to delete the advertisement. You don't know how happy that makes me. Or any other political blank, I think we just need an unnoun there.
Perfect. Noted, thank you.
More than likely political, something like that. Paraphernalia, something like that.
Thank you. All right, and finally, an environmental scan has been completed on policy IDPS, Special Education Program. These policies were shared with the board and are also available for you to reference in your seats. Please tell me what you like from these policies that you would like to see included in our CSV policy. We will use your feedback to include IDDF in work session alongside our other policies next month for first read. And I've already got some feedback that we want to be very, look closely at the level of language that we want to make sure that we're including in there for sure.
Well, I just thought if there was some generic overview in terms of the process for identification, because it seems to be that's what was included in the dyslexia one, so just.
Some parallel language to that which is that's relevant to special education, similar to that which was in the dyslexia.
I was interested in, legal's gonna jump up out of the seat and throw a rock at me as I mention this, but I do actually think it is a policy that we want to end the practice of disproportionate identification. That is an objective, right? I mean, isn't it our policy that we want to end that? And why wouldn't we just state that? And maybe my fellow board members are also going to throw a rock at me. I'm not clear.
No, I'm interested to hear what legal has to say, you know.
Again, something in the policy, it becomes the requirement. So are you going to put in there, it must be ended by a certain date? And what does ended look like? And, I mean.
Well, I don't want to get to the how, that would be the regulations. But the what is that our district, I don't want to try to wordsmith it right now, but I would like a statement that that is what we're trying to end. And I would actually look to y'all to come up with language for how to do it in such a way that doesn't massively increase our liability. But I think from a policy standpoint, that's what we want.
I'm wondering, board goal.
Yeah.
Because
So
that's a board goal. I don't know if it's a policy, but a board goal as defined as, this is what our goal is, this is by the end date, and it would be evidenced by, and it would be crafted as a board goal. I don't know if it's crafted as policy, but
do we
One of the things
we don't, and that's why I said that's where, and believe you me, my brain was already percolating. So, it would be work to say that would be a board goal, which is something different than the strategic plan, but at the same time, it could be a board goal. I'm just offering that as based upon what you said.
What I see in a theme here of all these policies is that they do mention that they adhere to the rules of the state board, they adhere to federal laws when evaluating, reevaluating, determining eligibility, individualized education programs, discipline. They are saying, they start the sentence off by saying they're following state guidelines and federal guidelines for whatever that's worth. That's also the common theme is whatever an age cutoff is, so 3 to 21, they all have that. They all say that students are entitled to the same free and fair public education. So, you know, I agree with Dr. Whitaker. You know, is that something that you want to put in policy, or is that something that we want to set as a part of our strat plan that we can work on outside of this language? But almost all of them have, for things like eligibility, that they're following whatever is set forth by the state. Doesn't mean that we agree nor disagree, just what's written here.
Yeah, I really like Marietta City. But I will say Bibb County, which is responsible for some of the finest minds I've ever met, their second paragraph is also pretty good, just sort of like, and I think it speaks to what I'm hearing from some other board members. We will follow the law, and the district will develop procedures within its comply and what kind of like states a goal. I'm okay with that, and let's kind of more, I believe you look at the procedures that we're doing, we're following the law.
I don't know if we have the answer to this right now, but I thought that was born from, or to ensure, like at a state level, that students are offered support if they haven't been identified through whatever, often it can be like private. So I think what I'm trying to ask is, I thought some of the specificity with dyslexia identification in that previous policy, and even with MTSS, is more linked to what the state is requiring, whereas these policies do seem to be more general law. So, I mean, maybe there's a clarification for later if we're needing more specificity, but I thought MTSS was created by the state to fill a gap, and that's why there are those details. I don't know if that matters.
But if we mention, I'm confused, but if we mention MTSS and dyslexia, what, MTSS is a part of this process too?
Yep. Yep.
Right, I mean, if it,
I would imagine it's either the state or federal law that is specific, I don't know, actually, I'm speculating here, but I would imagine they have functionality, right?
I'm not gonna talk off the cuff without.
No, sure, of course,
but I was thinking, I had mentioned my interest in revisiting the equity. Maybe there's a space in the equity policy that we follow practices that,
Eliminate or
that work towards eliminating,
I mean, like I said, I think all of that is reasonable work. The question is, does that belong in a policy, or does that belong in the strat plan? Does it belong in regulation? Does it belong in something work that we're handing down to the principals? Reasonable, needed, without a doubt, not arguable. The question is, does it belong in the actual policy? I think that's kind of the theme of the discussion that we've been having.
yeah, that's
all
what I was
afternoon.
gonna say. I think that it just, guess it depends on how we define policies and what we think is important there. I've heard lots of different things, but it sounds like it varies depending on the policy.
I mean, if countering disproportionality is not our policy, we ought to figure out what it is, because it's one of the reasons I'm on the board, right? I mean, that's really critical, isn't that not?
I mean, you can't, I don't think that's the way that we should take the discussion. Everybody on this board believes in countering disproportionality. The question is, where does the language belong?
So fair. And let me, I do not at all by those comments mean to disparage or in some way say that isn't the intent of the other board members. So forgive me if that is the way that it was heard. That is certainly not at all my intent. I very much know and trust we all come to this at that level. What I am saying is, in my mind, you set a policy out because it is a hard, firm placement of the direction you expect the compliance that you expect of the system. I mean, the reason why a former superintendent, who shall remain unnamed, ripped the policies out was so that they did not have to follow them. I mean, this is the reason why they destroyed the policy book as it was, so that they could run riot over the system. And these are binding documents that state that are in some ways a value statement of what we feel as a board. And I do feel pretty strongly that this is the place where you would make very clear statements. I am interested in hearing more about a board goal. I'm not familiar with the terminology. I mean, I know what a board goal is, but I mean, like, it sounds like there's a formal meaning behind it that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, it kind of goes along with board management oversight process, and as you're maturing as a board, there are other ways we can codify goals, trajectory, things that you want to happen in addition to strategic plans. So that's just what that meant.
But I think that, as Han said, we have used our policies to indicate, what we believe. And so I'm just looking at Board Policy KA, Public Relations Goals and Objectives. The Board of Education believes that, and then we go into what we believe. And so I think that we could easily weave in disproportionality. That
Yep.
it, does not have a place in our school system, and we will, implement practices to ensure that something.
Could I have legal weigh-in on this? Because I feel like the public relations is different from educational services. So, I mean, is it an apt comparison?
So,
Or should I not? I don't know. I'm confused.
I think that when it comes to eradicating something like disproportionality, that is not something that you can say in a policy, the board will eradicate disproportionality, okay? You can give, it is the board's expectation, or it is the board's belief that, disproportionality should be, addressed promptly, however we word it. And say, superintendent is directed to develop and implement, regulations or procedures to address disproportionality. And then that becomes the job of the administration to develop the how to address that.
I would agree. We have used policies to give belief statements. So are we, this is, again, falls back to me on,
So I think belief statements are more of, aspirational. You have to be careful in wording those things, that it does not become a will or a shall kind of thing, where you impose upon yourself a, material.
I think that's an important designation,
I agree.
putting a belief statement in a policy, it's the belief of the board, or the will of the board, or the thought of the board is one thing, versus putting, a regulatory practice in is completely different, I think is what I'm hearing.
Well, I mean, so in special education, if we were to say it's the intent of the board to combat, mitigate, work against disproportionality, and the policy directs the administration to come up with the regulations and procedures necessary to track and mitigate disproportionality as it arises, that is perfectly fine from a policy standpoint. In my opinion, I understand that there's obviously other perspectives, but.
Yeah. So anytime you look at a policy, I tend to also look at everything else underneath the policy, meaning you're looking at state law, you're looking at state board rule, which is different than state law, and then you're looking at federal, for when it comes to IDEA or special education, you're looking at USC federal law as well. It's definitely a different level of, I won't say, it's a different level of specificity that you need to have when you're talking about special education versus KA, which is public relations goals and objectives. I just know that we need to, when you look at IDDF, it will be one that must align in all of those different areas. And just even around disproportionality for DISPRO, for what we are DISPRO for, remember it was 3 things: child fine rules, evaluations, reevaluations, and determinations. So that's only 3 of the state board rules, but there are so many others that must be included in a very thoughtful IDDS policy.
And one more thing as it relates to IDDF, because I see that, I think it's important that IDEA is mentioned. It's not in all, IDEA, like Marietta Schools doesn't say anything about IDEA. State, of course, I think somebody mentioned earlier the ages.
You want to put them all.
Yeah, I did like Dr. Sultan's suggestion about taking kind of the core and adding it there, bringing them together.
And I'll send another environmental scan of Muskogee County to you. Muskogee is definitely a little more verbose in their presentation of IDD.
Thank you for your input. We will take it back and we will swing again, in consultation with legal and of course the subject matter experts as well. And, we will continue to work on it for first read next month.
Whew, thank you, Mrs. Lynch.
That's the longest
That
policy,
is the
pre-work.
longest policy discussion I think I've had in a long time. We look forward to the conversation next month and our work session on these policies. And thank you, board members, for this discussion. This concludes the pre-work session. Yes, this just concludes the pre-work session. Okay.
In the interest of time, I think my comments off. Like, to
Okay.
not do
All right, we're gonna move into the work
straight into the work.
All right. Okay, we're gonna move right into the work session, and we're gonna call to order at 3:34. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. February is Career Technical and Agricultural Education Month. Most appropriate, we would have our CTAE Director, Ms. Tara Smiley, to provide something is probably coming for you all. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Mr. Us, esteemed board members, student board representatives, Elena, and Superintendent Dr. G. Melissa. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on career technical and agricultural education. This afternoon, I will share how our CTAE pathways are strategically aligned with Georgia's workforce priorities, provide key data illustrating impact on academic achievement and workforce development, and highlight program achievements. Additionally, I will discuss the challenges and opportunities we face, as well as outline our future plans to ensure that CTAE continues to prepare our students for college, careers, and lifelong success. Career technical and agricultural education continues to support student success in all areas by preparing students with the academic, technical, and employability skills needed to thrive in their post-secondary endeavors. Georgia's high demand career list serves as a guide for aligning educational programs with both current and future workforce needs. By identifying key industries and high demand, high wage, and high skill occupations, the list helps focus workforce development efforts across the state. Here in City Schools of Decatur, all 10 of our career pathways represent key industries identified as high demand areas and address Georgia's workforce priorities. Our architecture pathway and our fine furniture and cabinet making pathway equip students with the technical and practical skills needed for careers in the construction and manufacturing sector. The highly popular culinary arts pathway provides advanced training and industry credentials that prepare students for success in the hospitality and tourism pathway. We offer 2 separate pathways designed to meet the critical needs in the education profession: the early childhood education pathway and the teaching as a profession pathway. Both prepare future educators through hands-on practical experiences at College Heights
and the Fraser Center, as well as elementary and middle school classrooms across our district. These students earn their NACU certification. Additionally, as reflected in our charter, we are exploring opportunities for students in each of these pathways to participate in the Science of Reading training and earn their certificate, further enhancing their qualifications to enter the education field. With Georgia's entertainment industry on the rise, our graphic design and audio, video, technology, and film pathways both provide students with the creative and technical skills necessary for a variety of careers in this high-demand industry. Our partnership with Georgia Piedmont Technical College, students in our Certified Nursing Assistant program are preparing for careers in healthcare and life sciences, areas identified, again, as high priority on the governor's high-demand career list. Our commitment to career readiness begins as early as 6th grade. Students at Beacon Hill Middle School can explore CTAE through business and communications, computer science, design, technology, and engineering, and international perspective connections courses. Collectively, our pathway options demonstrate our comprehensive commitment to academic achievement and workforce development. Our data underscores the significant influence CTAE has on graduation and post-secondary placement rates, as well as the economic impact within the city schools of Decatur. The most recent data available on the DOE's website show that our district's overall graduation rate is an impressive 90.4% for non-CTAE concentrators. For students who took at least 2 CTAE pathway courses, that graduation rate is 99.4%, a 9-point increase. The post-secondary placement rate represents where students are 6 months post-graduation. 94% of non-CTAE concentrators either enter the military, enrolled in post-secondary education programs, or entered the workforce. For students who took at least 2 CTAE pathway courses, that number increases to 97.6%. Students participating in work-based learning are making a significant impact before they even graduate. With 120 active students working across the metro area, they have collectively logged over 7,000 hours, contributing more than $320,000 to the local economy. This data shows that CTAE fosters higher graduation rates, stronger post-secondary outcomes, and directly benefits the Decatur economy. While the majority of our dual enrollment students attend GPTC or Georgia State, we are proud to have students enrolled in programs at other institutions, including Oglethorpe University, Atlanta Metropolitan College, Georgia Tech, and more. Dual enrollment has experienced remarkable growth, from 70 students enrolled in at least one dual enrollment course during fall 23 to 125 students enrolled in fall 24. This increase reflects the growing interest and enthusiasm among students for accessing college-level opportunities while still in high school. Our dual enrollment coordinator, Mrs. Lewis, hosted a virtual interest meeting in December that further fueled interest in the program. Since then, new prospective dual enrollment students have begun the application and enrollment process for fall 25. And to ensure a smooth transition, Ms. Lewis held individual and group meetings in January to help students identify the best dual enrollment options for their goals. Students choose dual enrollment courses for a variety of reasons. Some focus on traditional core courses like English, history, and science. Others pursue advanced math courses that go beyond the BC Calculus course we offer, and still others seek to earn industry certifications. This year, we have 11 students excelling in the Certified Nursing Assistant program at Georgia Piedmont Technical College, and we are confident that 100% of these students will complete the requirements and pass the exam to earn their state certification. Our partners play a crucial role in providing our students with extended learning experiences, leadership development, career insights, and other opportunities. New this year, we've launched WIN CTAE workshops, which are open to all students, not just those in CTAE classes. These monthly workshops, planned and facilitated by our partners, are designed to introduce students to various industries that are not offered through our current pathways. They underscore the importance of common employability skills such as effective communication, critical thinking, and adaptability. As part of CTAE Month, our partner, Express Employment Professionals, has hosted workshops focused on interviewing skills, resume writing, and mock interviews. Our upcoming College and Career Fair, scheduled for February 26th, will be the perfect opportunity for our students to demonstrate their skills. Several local businesses have signed up and are committed to interviewing and potentially hiring our students for summer employment and work-based learning internships. Danielle Jones, our work-based learning coordinator, recently joined the Decatur Rotary Club and has already identified a summer leadership development program for our students at no cost to them or the district. As we continue to build connections across industries, our partnership with the Kapoor Center stands out for its transformative potential. This partnership grew out of our involvement with Computer Science of Atlanta last January and is paving the way for equitable and sustainable computer science education in the city schools of Decatur. The Kapoor Center has committed to providing monthly professional development sessions, fostering a strong community of practice among our K-12 educators. This includes teachers from K-2 classrooms, upper elementary, middle, and high school, as well as STEM teachers. Each month, these educators come together to explore innovative ways to integrate computer science concepts into their content. Kapoor has donated instructional resources and will provide stipends for teachers who complete the professional learning series this spring. Additionally, they've extended their support to our students by funding stipends for 3 of our advanced computer science students who are serving as interns through work-based learning. These students are assisting Fade and Tally elementary schools with their after-school robotics and STEM clubs, intentionally expanding CTAE to our elementary schools. Through Kapoor's leadership and commitment to equitable and sustainable computer science, we are closer to establishing a framework for computer science in our K-5 elementary schools through our STEM programs beginning next fall. Our students are actively engaged in learning beyond the classroom. Our architecture pathway completers had an incredible opportunity to apply their skills in a professional setting. They participated in early design discussions during the district's planning process for the new Early Learning Center. These students contributed their knowledge and ideas, demonstrating how CTAE education bridges the gap between classroom learning and real-world applications. At Beacon Hill Middle School, our engineering program, led by Mrs. Sharmila King, is providing students with hands-on exposure. As a woman in woodworking education, Ms. Miller King serves as an inspiration for students of all backgrounds, demonstrating that careers in trades, engineering, and architecture are accessible for all. Her leadership empowers students to see themselves as future engineers, architects, and business leaders, while also fostering teamwork, confidence, and problem solving. In the short time Mrs. Miller King has been with us, she has leveraged her personal industry connections to create exceptional opportunities for students. ProWood, a leading lumber company, reached out to Mrs. Miller King to feature her and her students in a commercial showcasing Black women in woodworking education. They even donated the lumber for students' outdoor patio projects, again, reinforcing the value of industry partnerships in CTAE education. Middle school students in the International Perspective course gain hands-on experience and concepts that align with the culinary and early childhood pathways at the high school. Students in this class apply their skills in meaningful ways by cultivating flowers and food for use in their lab activities. Thanks to their teacher, Krista Johnson, who has fostered a strong partnership with the Wild Center, students contribute their flowers to the Decatur Farm to School table at the Wild Center's Fall Plant Sale, raising awareness and support of our school gardens. As part of their child development unit, Ms. Johnson also takes students to the Fraser Center each semester for a culminating project. Students design a lesson, create interactive stations based on the center's most recent themes, and lead small groups of 3 to 4-year-old children through engaging 5-minute rotations, applying their knowledge in real-world settings. We are fortunate to receive generous grants from Kapoor Center, totaling over $4,500 through Donors' Choice. Ms. Alicia Reno at Talley Street Upper Elementary School was awarded a computer science teacher equipment and community grant, further strengthening our K-12 STEM pipeline. This funding is being used to equip her classroom with innovative resources that make computational thinking accessible and engaging for our early learners. With grants from the Decatur Education Foundation, we were able to purchase specialized equipment and tools that enhance the hands-on learning experience for students across multiple pathways. These generous contributions empower our educators and students to remain creative and curious. As we look ahead to 25-26 school year, we are excited to share key initiatives that will further enhance the learning experience for students. These initiatives align with our mission to provide equitable learning experience for all students. Our new partnership with Top It Off Funnel Cakes will provide entrepreneurship education and work-based learning opportunities. This local food truck vendor has designed a 10-week series on owning and operating a funnel cake food truck business. This hands-on experience will allow students to develop entrepreneurial skills, including supply chain and service. This partnership not only strengthens our culinary program, but also creates new opportunities for students interested in entrepreneurship. Additionally, this could serve as the foundation for introducing a new pastry pathway for students who want to specialize in baking and pastry arts. We're also expanding computer science pathway opportunities at the high school. We've been selected by the College Board to participate in the Advanced Placement Cybersecurity Pilot Program starting in the fall. This is an incredible opportunity for our students to engage in advanced coursework that will prepare them for careers in one of the fastest growing industries. Our participation in this national pilot places Decatur Career Academy at the forefront of cybersecurity education and expands advanced placement opportunities for our students. Finally, computational thinking is the new literacy needed to navigate the digital world. All of our community of practice lessons taught by the Kapoor Center to our teachers participants this year are applicable to all content areas. Therefore, we decided that the next iteration of our work with the Kapoor Center will include professional learning and resources for K-5 teachers with an emphasis on computational thinking and literacy across all content. Our goal remains clear: to provide high-quality, hands-on career and technical education that equips our students with the skills, knowledge, and credentials needed for success in both college and the workforce. However, we do have some challenges. One of our biggest challenges right now is keeping up with the increasing demand of our most popular CTAE pathways. As more students recognize the value of career-oriented education, we're seeing a surge in course requests that exceed our current capacity. This year, 196 rising 10th graders signed up for culinary arts. However, we only have 2 teachers sharing 1 full kitchen space. We are unable to accommodate all students, meaning many will have to select an alternative elective. While we face challenges in meeting student demand, we also have a unique opportunity to expand our programs in ways that are sustainable, impactful, and address the future workforce needs. One of the most promising opportunities is the Fraser Center's transition into the new Early Learning Center. This transition provides us with the space that we can repurpose to expand our CTAE pathways, ensuring more students have access to high-quality career training while also meeting the workforce needs as indicated by the most recent House Bill 982 High Demand Career List. Some potential areas for growth include expanding our health science pathways. Given the rising demand of healthcare professionals, We could expand our life and health science program to include the surgical technology pathway. This expansion could support the creation of a mini health clinic for our community, where our CNA students gain real-world experience by providing basic healthcare services under the supervision of district nurses. We could re-envision the playground as a space for a respectable Raider Challenge obstacle course for our award-winning Gold Star JROTC program. Or use the space to start our Ag in the City initiative, which would be the hub for expansion into the elementary schools. Thank you for your time and support of our CTAU program. I welcome any questions at this time.
I'm sorry. This is not so much of a question as I just wanted to mention, I know that I've asked the superintendent this before, but I'd love to see a way to offer for pay and safely the opportunity for potentially adults in the community to partake in some of these programs as well.
Yes, and I've talked to staff about it. As I said, the first question I have is where did the funds come from that we purchased the materials or the outfit at the classrooms? Because there's oftentimes, sometimes stipulations, but I'm gonna look into all of that.
Thank you. I want to take the fine furniture program.
I think.
Ulterior motive.
I just want to thank you for all your hard work. I
Yeah.
think, these numbers indicate the job you're doing in this empty brownie bag. This brownie was absolutely delicious.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that the designs you see on the other two items are designs created by our students in graphic design.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So you have some original art.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Smiley, for just being able to support our students. I know that CTAE has been best in class for high school students via our College and Career Academy. And I like that the future work will include making CTAE available to students in all grade bands within our district.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smiley. CTAE provides our students with access to relevant programming, which ultimately prepares them for life. All right, we are going to take a break and then come back at 4:10 for the regular board meeting, so we will adjourn now. All right, good afternoon. We're going to call this meeting to order at 4:09 p.m. We ask that you silence all cell phones at this time. We will begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, I ask that everybody join me in a moment of silent reflection. Now, I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. All right, we will get started. Board members, there will be a revision to the published agenda, work session presentations, including the UVA PLE update, communities and schools update, school year 25-26 tuition update, and policy first read will be added to the regular board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve today's revised agenda?
Motion to approve revised agenda.
All right, Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item is the approval of the minutes from the previous board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve meeting minutes?
I move to approve January regular board meeting minutes.
Board Member Johnson Davis makes the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. All right, Dr. Whitaker, I see some people have joined us. Do we have any student or staff recognitions tonight?
Yes, Chair Sultan, yes, we do. To facilitate tonight's recognition, I will call upon Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott.
Testing, there we go. Okay, thank you, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, and Dr. Whitaker. I have the pleasure of making several presentations tonight, beginning with Tally Street Upper Elementary School. So Principal Heaton, will you please join us up front? As we honor students and staff from each school, please do not take your seats. Instead, we'd like you to stage along the wall to my left and your right for a photo opportunity with our board members. We do have quite a few recognitions tonight. I will go ahead and apologize for any mistakes that I made as we recognize our students and staff. Okay, our first recognition is Natalie Bunchu. Please join us up front.
Knowledge for Girls on the Run and Girls on the Run practice was today.
She might be running a little late. All right, so we'll move on to Lottie, and if Natalie comes, we'll make sure we read her blurb. Next up is Tally's fifth grader, Lottie Kramer. Please join your principal up front, Lottie. Lottie had a dream to create a space where neurotypical and neurodivergent friends could hang out, form bonds, and share experiences together. After some work with her fourth grade teacher, Amanda Rogers, Lottie connected with the Best Buddies Club at Decatur High School. Members from that club, sponsored by Desiree Cabritas, visited Tally to present the entire fifth grade information about furthering Lottie's vision. Best Buddies at Tally was just approved as an official chapter and has already begun meetings, and after their visit, We know student involvement will only continue to grow. Congrats and kudos to Lottie and Sally Tigers. Thank you, DHS Chapter of Best Buddies, for your leadership and support as well. Congratulations, Lottie. Next up, we have several recognitions from Decatur High School's athletics program. I invite Dr. Sproul, is Athletic Director Thomas. Nope. All right. Dr. Sproul, you got it? Mm-hmm. All right. First, we'd like to call up the entire Decatur High School girls and boys swim and dive team, as well as their coaches. Come on up. Decatur High School's swim and dive team had an impressive showing at recent competitions, earning top finishes against tough competition. At the DeKalb County Championship meet, the girls team secured second place, while the boys finished 5th out of 18 teams. This past weekend at the GHSA state meet, while competing against 40 teams in the 5A division, the boys placed 9th and the girls 8th overall. Junior Isaiah Lewis was a standout, finishing as runner-up in both the 50 and 100 freestyle. Adding to the excitement, the team broke 5 school records, marking a historic achievement for Decatur High School swim and dive. Congratulations to the team and the coaches. Now to our Decatur High School wrestling team, which finished as runner-up in the DeKalb County Championship. If we could have the coaches join us up front. Decatur High School wrestling has had a dominant postseason, earning top finishes and advancing multiple athletes to the next level of competition. The Bulldogs started strong at the DeKalb County Championship, finishing as runner-up out of 21 teams. A special recognition goes to Ronan Sims. Ronan, come on up. Let's give Ronan a hand. Ronan is a junior at Decatur High School who claimed the county championship title in the 175-pound weight class, extending his undefeated season record to 23-0. That's right. Okay. Similarly, sophomore Nazir Braxton, come on up. Nazir finished at the top of the 195-pound weight class, maintaining also an undefeated 31-0 record. At the regional meet, we had 3 female wrestlers. As I call your name, please come up. Cameron Carter, McGinney Chibuyu, and Millie Garcia. All 3 qualified for sectionals, and we also had 9 boys, including Sims and Braxton, who advanced. But also moving on were Lucian Brock, come on up, Bennett, Ian Cougar, Jake Baskerville, James Fedor, August Murray, and Cassidy Renault. We didn't stop there. The momentum continued at sectionals where 4 Bulldogs, Braxton, Sims, Brock, and Knapp secured their spots and the state meets this Friday and Saturday. Additional wrestling champions are Mark Roberts, Burr Russell, blue, Liam Elick, and Kylie Thompson. Decatur High's wrestling, hard work, and determination are paying off as they compete at the highest levels. We'd like to thank the wrestlers and their coaches for their tireless commitment to excellence, which is evident in their performance this weekend. Their leadership has helped the Bulldogs reach new heights, and the team's future looks incredibly bright as they continue to build on this success. At this time, we would like to pause and get our first set of pictures. So board members, if you will join us down front, we will begin with our wrestling team who's already there, transition to Tally, and then swim and dive. Parents, if you'd like to grab a picture as well. including PSAT and AP exams. Eligible students must have a GPA of a B+ or higher, PSAT or PSAT 10 assessment scores within the top 10% of assessment takers in each state, or a score of 3 or higher on 2 or more AP exams by the end of their sophomore year. Big Futures 2025 awardees from Decatur High School are Jackson, Jonelle Padilla, Sarah Villavosa, Yahira Willis, Jeffrey Zokovich, Lucas Medina, accepting on the behalf of Jackson Jeffrey because he's at indoor percussion rehearsal is his father, Robert Jeffrey. I have other students. I'm not sure if they are present, but I will read all of their names. Lori, Maxwell Barrow, Joel Caesar, Lizelle Cook, Gabriella Cope, Jaden DeGromit, Reese Lee, Victoria Nazario, Rachel Patel, Hazel Patty, Michaela Vasquez. Please give another round of applause for all of our honorees. And last but not least is the NASA Tech Rise nationwide competition winners. Would Ms. Pierce and Dr. Smith please join Dr. Sproul up front? This group of 5 students from Dr. Smith's IB Higher Level Physics year were selected as one of the 60 winners of NASA Tech Rise nationwide competition. They designed an experiment to mount sensors on a high-altitude balloon and use the data to find correlations between atmospheric and ground conditions. The group is now working with Ms. Pierce, Dr. Smith, and other members of Dr. Smith's IB physics classes to construct the experiment while meeting weekly with NASA Tech Rise engineers. Once the experiment is complete, they will ship it back to NASA Tech Rise, where it will be on a high-altitude balloon flight in July. Please join me in congratulating Kagan Lucas, Renato Del Oso, Lyndon Warren, Iris Ibrahimi, and Owen Beck. Again, I invite our board members down for a photo op. Families, if you'd like to get in on the picture, please do so as well.
Is that NASA?
Everybody, 1, 2, 3.
Fanboys to watch you, because those fan kids to watch you. Hey, Akira. I know.
We have one more recognition, this one.
Yeah.
And then. And we have more recognition. National School Counseling Week 2025, School Counseling Helping Students Thrive. Sponsored by the American School Counselor Association, will be celebrated the week of February the 3rd through the 7th, 2025, to focus on public attention on the unique contributions of school counselors within the U.S. school system and how students are different as a result of what counselors do. National School Counseling Week highlights the tremendous impact school counselors can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for a career. This special week honors our school counselors. It provides recognition for the counselor who implements comprehensive school counseling programs, and that is a vital part of the process for all students as they meet the challenges of the 21st century. We thank our CSD school counselors for being actively engaged in helping students examine their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents, for working in partnership with parents as they encounter the challenges of raising children in today's world, for focusing on positive ways to enhance students' academic, career, and social-emotional development, and working with teachers and other educators to provide an educational system where students can realize their potential and set healthy, realistic, and optimistic aspirations for themselves. School counselors are certified, experienced as educators with a master's degree in school counseling. The combination of their training and experience makes them an integral part to the total educational program. School counselors work with all students to remove barriers to learning by addressing students' academic concerns, career options, and social emotional skills. And that comes from Jill Cook, who is the ASCA Executive Director. School counseling programs help increase student achievement and provide a much-needed resource for students, parents, teachers, and administrators. School counselors are integral to student success. More than 100,000 school counselors nationwide will participate in not only the festivities of this prior week, as well as all month. Many schools will host and have hosted special events and activities to call attention to the countless benefits of a comprehensive school counseling program. Parents or community members with specific questions or concerns about school counseling programs should contact their school counselor at their local school. And more general information can be found on the www.schoolcounselor.org. At this time, I'd like to call on Mrs. Frances Holt, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, to assist in the recognition of our dedicated school counselors in CSD. All right, school counselors, as I call your name, please come forward. Kristen Anglin, Jonathan Blaze, Dr. Regina Herron, Dr. Lindsay Hicks, Reagan Hudson, Dr. Ken Jackson, Dr. Kimberly Jones, Precious King, Dr. Tereska Lemon, Dr. Jasmine Parham, Kate Pasm, Rebecca Peacock, Alan Pendrick, Shadiqua White Points, Charmaine Pratt, Latanya Taylor, Fashawn Taylor Bertram, Kimberly Weaver, and Keanu Willis. If I have called your name, please come forward. We're gonna go take a picture with him. I think it's settled. We don't need that here.
I'm trying to get y'all in the middle.
Mhm.
Let's get the board. And then I'll put it in. Yeah, that's good. One, two, three.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for what y'all do.
Oh, the early teacher just arrived, so you're gonna get one more picture.
Oh.
Okay. Yes.
With another picture?
The teacher, yes, teacher just arrived. Oh, okay, you guys.
Ah. Good excuse.
I'm getting in the middle with, one, two.
Congratulations.
right, Dr. Whitaker, can you please introduce the next presentation?
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Karen Newton Scott, Deputy Superintendent, to provide an update on the work with the University of Virginia's Partnership for Leaders in Education, and she will be accompanied by the school leaders of our partnership schools.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Gima Whitaker. This update is part of our continued commitment to achieving equitable outcomes for all students. As you know, we've partnered with the University of Virginia Partnership for Leaders in Education. Most recently, we completed the winter session, which had rich learning and a rare privilege to be taught by the author of the text we are using in our book studies. This evening, we'll share how this learning is aiding in the progress we've made in each of the 4 schools in this cohort. This statement of commitment has centered our equity work since 2019 and can be found on our website. I was going to read, but I'm going to skip that. These commitments are foundational to what is needed to change our educational system, ensuring equity and excellence for every student, regardless of their background or circumstance. And what occurs in schools and classrooms every day is the critical vehicle that turns these beliefs into reality. It is through high-quality instruction that we can meet the diverse needs of all students and create an environment where every child can thrive. Our school leaders must lead the charge in this transformational work. They must have the knowledge and tools to establish the right structures, processes, and conditions for all who are working within schools to improve outcomes for our children. By leading with intention and purpose, our school leaders can ensure that instruction remains both rigorous and responsive while achieving the last bullet of this commitment, which says dismantling the predictable patterns of achievement based on race, socioeconomic status, and gender. Each of the 4 school leaders who are at the forefront of this transformational change will share their purpose. They will reflect on how their leadership is evolving through this partnership and the successes they have already seen at the building level. We will begin with Fifth Avenue Elementary's principal, Lynn Hanson.
Thank you, Ms. Newton Scott, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
At FAVE, all means all is more than just a mantra, it's a commitment. And we are dedicated to delivering instruction that meets the needs of every student. Our students deserve learning that is engaging, rigorous, and aligned with academic standards. We are focused on creating a school culture that is both inclusive and equitable. To achieve this, we emphasize the design and implementation of standards-based, challenging instruction while continually monitoring progress and providing meaningful, actionable feedback. We arrived at this purpose through a root cause analysis, which revealed that our Tier 1 instruction was not fully meeting the needs of all students, especially within the subgroups of students with disabilities and Black students. For example, our Winter Star data showed that only 18% of our students with disabilities were projected to be proficient on GMAT. This outcome is unacceptable, and we consider our work urgent. It requires a unified approach from all staff to address this challenge. During my team's time at UVA, we gained valuable insights on how to effectively implement change to improve student outcomes. Additionally, we learned how to leverage data-driven instruction to review summative assessments, allowing us to objectively assess student needs and plan for targeted reteaching. This approach has been instrumental in refining our instruction to ensure it is standard-based, rigorous, and delivered in an equitable manner. Our leadership team has developed effective methods for monitoring student progress, including the use of data-driven instruction protocols paired with strategies from Get Better Faster. We have worked diligently to maintain consistency in our expectations and ensure that teaching practices are tailored to maximize each student's learning and growth. We track that progress through formal and informal walkthroughs, STAR and FRECL data, lesson planning that focuses on addressing individual student needs, and a newly implemented protocol for reviewing common summative assessments in math. Thank you for your support and investment in school leaders. Now, I would like to invite my colleague, Billy Heaton, to speak about his work at Tally.
Thank you, Principal Hanson. Good afternoon. At Tally, we know and understand the impact that we have on our students' academic, social, and emotional well-being. We strive for excellence and equitable outcomes, and we wholeheartedly believe that every student can succeed through fostering an inclusive, supportive learning environment. We will empower each student to achieve their best and close the opportunity gap between our subgroups of students by using data-driven instruction, diagnostic and responsive teaching, implementing targeted interventions, and reflective and culturally responsive teaching practices. Tally's purpose statement aligns with CSD's equity work by having a shared commitment to equity, inclusion, and data-driven decision-making to support all students. UVA's PLE strongly emphasizes analyzing student performance data to drive instructional practices and eliminate predictable patterns of academic achievement based on race, socioeconomic status, English language proficiency, and disabilities. Through developing our 90-day plan, our UVA partners have supported us in developing intentional actions to ensure that our students receive the support that they need. UVA has also supported my growth as a leader in change management and building the capacity for sustained school improvement. Our work with UVA is already providing positive results. We've made great strides in developing our professional learning communities. Our teachers work with their grade level colleagues to analyze data such as the STAR assessment and unit formative and summative assessments, create instructional plans, and set SMART goals for improvement for all subgroups of students. Tally Street made positive gains on last spring's Georgia milestone assessment. All Tally Street subgroups met their CCRPI closing the gap improvement targets with an average of 4% growth in ELA and 5% growth in math. Though we are pleased with our progress, we still have a lot of work to do to fully eliminate the gap between our subgroups of students. I'm confident that our work with the UVA program will help continue this upward trajectory. I look forward to continuing this work as it has strengthened my approach as a leader of educational equity at Tally. I would like now to invite my colleague Derek Thomas to speak about his work at Beacon Hill.
Thank you, Principal Heaton. Beacon Hill Middle School aims to foster an inclusive educational environment where every student thrives academically, socially, and emotionally. We are committed to equity, ensuring that every student, regardless of has access to high-quality education and growth opportunities. We prioritize teacher support and development, recognizing their pivotal role in shaping student outcomes. Through collaboration, innovation, monitoring expectations, we aspire to empower every student to reach their full potential and become engaged, lifelong learners prepared to contribute positively to society. At Beacon Hill, our leadership team reflects daily on a crucial question: what work is most essential to ensure equitable outcomes for all students? We committed to professional development, ensuring that every staff member was deeply knowledgeable in their subject area. We provided students with necessary resources to succeed in class and extended learning beyond the classroom through academic field trips that enriched their educational experience. Additionally, we conducted in-depth data analysis trends to identify strengths and opportunities for growth. Despite these efforts and the overall progress we saw, our Black students experienced minimal growth, and that's just not acceptable. So while we were implementing strategies that you would typically find in high-performing schools, we were not fully meeting the needs of our Black students. The University of Virginia played a pivotal role in helping us to take a deeper dive into understanding why. Through this reflective process, it became clear that we needed to focus on strengthening Tier 1 instruction for all students. Another key area of focus that emerged was providing high-quality substantive feedback to our teachers, both of which are critical to student success. UVA's work around transformational change was instrumental in helping our leadership team develop and implement a plan that will positively impact all students. Collaborating with school leaders nationwide who face similar challenges, along with the expertise from UVA, provided valuable insights that reshaped our leadership practices. Today, our team works alongside teachers to unpack units of study, analyze data, and plan standards-aligned instruction for all students. We monitor progress through active participation in professional learning communities, lesson plan reviews, and classroom observations, ensuring instructional adjustments are data-driven and impactful. My approach to tackling educational equity at Beacon Hill has become much more strategic. Thank you for supporting us in this learning. I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Sproul, to speak about his work with Decatur High School.
Thank you, Principal Thomas, and good afternoon. Our work at Decatur High School is driven by a powerful purpose. At Decatur High School, we will prepare all students to engage in the world around them. We will celebrate each individual's background and embrace creating a community of inclusion through strong instructional practices from our teachers and the engagement of our community partners. We will break down any barrier to student success. Our teachers are model change agents, ensuring that their lessons contain real-world significance and create opportunities for students to be change agents in the present moment. Our students will enter the world with means and opportunities to make the impact they were destined to make. Upon graduating from Decatur High School, we have a plan outlining the initial steps for their college and career journeys after high school. On day one of the UVA PLE, the quote was provided: "Every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets." This is by Edward Deming. This quote continued to haunt and motivate me daily. In the afternoon session of day one, Kimberly Bott, a former principal who turned around multiple schools in Charlotte, North Carolina, shared this statement: "This would not be happening if this was my child. This would not be happening if this was your child." This statement motivates me too, as I can reflect on the exceptional experiences that my own children have had in the city schools of Decatur. The UVA PLE has set the stage for all truly meaning all at Decatur High School. Decatur High School must explicitly confront the obstacles of equity. We own gaps in EOC scores in key subjects, particularly for Black, economically disadvantaged, and students with disability subgroups. This isn't just a statistic. It must be a motivator and a call to continue the change process. Our purpose mandates that we prepare all students, and our vision provides the roadmap. By focusing on strong instructional practices and providing targeted support for teachers and students, we're working to eliminate these disparities and ensure that every student has the opportunity to succeed and make an impact that they were destined to make. Now, let's look at how our work with UVA has enabled us to continue the process of reducing this gap and piggyback on the work of culturally relevant instruction from the past school years. This slide outlines key aspects of our vision for leading change. The picture on the right is our initial meeting upon return to school and starting with a purpose. This is where we introduce to our faculty our two big rocks for this school year and our additional big rock for next school year. For DHS, Big Rock 1 is around Tier 1 instruction, and Big Rock 2 is around monthly actionable instructional feedback to all teachers. DHS incorporates faculty feedback back on the first day of pre-planning in the first image to set how we would identify our instructional look-fors as outlined by teachers doing the work. The picture of the chart paper identifies the inclusion of all faculty members in the process and focuses on teacher evidence, emphasizing strong instructional practices directly aligning with our purpose. We then used our 331 instructional observations during the first semester to identify how to best support teachers through coaching cycles. These classroom visits focus on obtaining high-quality instruction consistently from classroom to classroom, which includes high expectations for all students. We have also identified areas of professional learning needs that would benefit the whole staff. The image in the middle demonstrates the risk-taking that is displayed at UVA. More importantly, I was able to demonstrate the ability to present a solution and receive feedback from peers across the country. The plan includes ensuring that our most struggling subgroups have our teachers that are most appropriate to advance their educational journey. As we move into the second semester, our training in January led to identification of academic monitoring with the eye on fully embracing data-driven instruction in the 2025-2026 school year. The instructional leadership team will provide teachers with the opportunity to select their own adventure based on a self-assessment. The adventure will be professional learning around feedback that will not only lead to teachers having additional tools in their toolbox, but DHS will also build a repository of strategies that will have been vetted by their peers. Words in themselves cannot describe the learning experience in the UVA PLE. The UVA PLE has been the single most best professional learning that I've ever attended when you talk about the impact for the benefit of students and teachers. Thank you for your support. I would like to invite Ms. Karen Scott, Deputy Superintendent, back to close the presentation and open the floor for questions. Thank you.
As you've heard from our leaders, there is a strong commitment to identifying and taking ownership of the disparities and the work to eliminate them within each school. We are actively engaged in learning about the strategies that will help us fully embody the beliefs and educational equity that are shared. I'd also like to share that Partnership for Leaders in Education is a collaborative initiative between UVA's Darden School of Business and the School of Development. So we are also gaining advanced business leadership principles alongside evidence-based educational strategies. The success rate of the partnership has spanned 900 schools, 180 districts in 33 states, with over 50% of those in partnership experiencing double-digit growth in student outcomes. In closing, I'd like to share our literacy rates for 2022. You will see the percentages of students reading at or above grade level by the aggregate of all students and subgroups for Black students and for advantaged by socioeconomic factors as expressed in the ED column. The disparities reflected in this data highlight why skilled instructional leadership is so critical for our gaps are not just evident here, but are part of predictable patterns we've seen across multiple data sets. Now, choose a number of the subgroups from elementary, middle, or high. Focus your eyes on that number, whatever it may be. As I transition the slide, I want you to track the difference as we move into the data for the 2024 school year. With the progress we've made through this partnership, we are beginning to see positive movement, including some of those double-digit improvements that are found in the research for leaders who are engaged in this partnership. As we continue this journey, it's important to note that we are still fully committed to educational equity, as our statement was solidified in 2019. This work remains at the heart of what each school's work is, and we are now integrating a stronger focus on instructional leadership. Why do that? Because who sits in the seat of leadership matters. What they do with their time matters. How and when they do what they do matters. Our school leaders are not just participants in this change, they must be drivers of it as well. Thank you for listening, and I'd like to ask the principals to join me as we open the floor for any questions.
One, thank you, and two, I love your, enthusiasm, because I imagine that translates, to the teachers, which is my next question. How, if at all, do you get to, because the literacy rates look like we're improving. That's awesome. And I know you've mentioned how valuable this is. I guess I'm just wondering if the teachers are the ones that are like largely the practitioners of these improved practices. How are we finding out what they're saying?
So I'll speak for Beacon Hill. The work that we're bringing back, it's one of those mind shifts that we have, where teachers are understanding that we have to do the work. They understand the why, and that brings forth the enthusiasm. As Mrs. Newton pointed out, soon to be doctor, we're gonna put it out there now. As Ms. Newton pointed out, we have the data that suggested we needed to do something different. And now we have the means to doing that. So my teachers are really enthusiastic about the work. One of the things we try to make a shift is taking a shift off of my instructional coaches from coming in with the work and having the teachers be prepared to accept the work. So a large shift has happened with the mindset. When we cut our PLCs, we're missing out a little bit in regards to coming prepared to those meetings, understanding in those meetings. These are the 4 things we're gonna get done in this meeting. So they've done a really good job of that. And again, that is really in part to the work of UVA.
Definitely for the high school, the work last summer of what we're doing as the instructional leaders, and not trying to put additional work on the teachers. So we were very selective of how we crafted our interventions, and that was that we're gonna come and do the observations, and then we're gonna give you the feedback, and and then give you training as well to kind of change the practices, and not put that on the teachers. They kept emphasizing last summer, this is not for teachers to do more work, this is how do we work better. So I think teachers really appreciate the feedback. I know that because when you give them feedback and you give them a question, it's not a yes or no question, it's how do you do this with students? And they can have the option to explain it, because that goes so much further than just a lesson plan. So that's why I'm seeing the impact on when we can dialogue back and forth about the instruction going on in class.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your success in all the schools. I had 3 questions. My first question is, what's the book that you all are currently reading?
So there are 2. One is Leverage Leadership, and that's the book for the principals. And Get Better Faster is the book study for our instructional coaches. And then our APs are involved in a book study around crucial conversations, but that isn't the same author, it's a different author.
Because you all had a book, you mentioned an author had come for the book you are reading, that's the first book, Leveraging.
Yes, he's the Paul Van Brick Santoya. He's the author of both Leverage Leadership and Get Better Faster.
Okay. And then my next question was for Mr. Thomas. What do you attribute the reduction in suspensions to?
So a large part of the reduction really is about student engagement, making sure that they're in class and they're enjoying their experience while they're in class, taking away all of the distractions that could cause them to get suspended. Also, another thing we've done a real big focus on is relationship building. So our students have several different people within the building they can connect with. One of the things I emphasized when I returned to our school was make sure that every single kid can connect with an adult, so we can catch those concerns before they become bigger concerns.
Thank you. And my last question, for Ms. Newton-Scott, is how do you attribute the increased literacy rates to the UVA partnership versus, say, our focus on the science of reading?
I think it's a combination of many things. But I will say between last year and this year, where we had a strategic focus on really understanding if the teachers are teaching at the rigor of the standards, and what that looks like, how do we know, and then how do we support them if they haven't. That has been a major shift for us, and so I do think that work has impacted what we're seeing in outcomes. And even just looking at, today, I was at Oakhurst, and the question was, how do we know who is learning? What do we do when they're not learning? And what do we do when they have learned? Even those strategic questions has caused us to pause and say, really, how do we know that? And so sometimes we're hoping for better outcomes without strategically doing something in order to get there. And so that tightening of really how do we know and what are we doing is huge in seeing some of the gains that we're seeing.
Thank you.
Mrs. Newton-Scott, your leadership is appreciated. The school leaders have clearly articulated their purpose and their vision for leading change. School leaders, thank you for being all in for all students. The presentation highlights our equity commitment of working together to eliminate predictable patterns of academic achievement based on race, socioeconomic status, and gender. Outcomes for students are improving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott, Dr. Sproul, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Heaton, and Ms. Hanson for the update. So this work highlights our CSD vision. With your leadership, our students will realize their full potential. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Dr. Salton, I would like to call on Mrs. Frances Holt, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, to provide an update on our partnership with communities in schools. She will be accompanied by Mrs. Tetravian Lockwood, Principal of Claremont Elementary School.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed board members, Student Board Representative Elena, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. City Schools of Decatur has always employed amazing teachers, leaders, and support staff who care deeply about students and have gone the extra mile in various ways to support them. But if we're honest, despite our best efforts, the truth is that all school districts are limited by the constraints of state and federal funding, as well as resources available to truly meet the needs of the whole child. This is why 1 year ago, Dr. Whitaker introduced CSD to communities in schools to help us lift the work of the Building and Sustaining and Engaging in Inclusive Culture Strategic Accelerator. CIS is an award-winning dropout prevention program and organization considered to be the nation's largest dropout prevention network with a proven track record of positively impacting graduation rates. CIS is one of 3 organizations with whom we have partnered to help us ensure equitable outcomes for all students. CSD has 1 site coordinator at Decatur High School, 1 at Beacon Hill Middle School, and 1 shared between Claremont and Talley Elementary School, 3 in all. These schools were selected due to their feeder patterns as well as the identified needs of their student population. CIS comes CIS, of course, comes in a couple of ways. First, school-wide activities. And those are supports that are identified by the school goals. In partnership with the school principal, CIS makes the activities a reality. Second, case-managed support. These include one-to-one check-ins with students regarding their individual goals. Students on caseload receive an average of 3 hours of support per week across different support categories. Currently, 169 students across these 4 schools are considered to be on the caseload of the CIS site coordinators. CSD and CIS have agreed on goals for this partnership. With CIS as one of our equitable outcomes partners, we expect to see our CCRPI. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is the different levels of human needs and how they relate to motivation and growth. In education, this hierarchy helps us understand how students' basic needs must be met before they can fully engage in the learning process. This is considered a fundamental principle in creating a positive learning environment. Recognizing that many people face challenges related to basic needs, CIS is able to provide emergency assistance. This assistance is available to students and staff at participating schools. In CSD, both groups, students and staff, have received support in one or more of the categories shown on this slide. CIS has exceeded its emergency assistance budget for CSD. Since starting in the spring of last school year, $30,225 have been expended. We expect to see additional emergency assistance-related expenditures as this semester continues. CSD has invested a considerable amount of money in this partnership, and I suspect that you want to know how that investment is being leveraged. On the chart on the left, you see that CSD has invested $195,000. The total impact of what is invested back into CSD is $335,348, as seen on the breakdown in the chart on the right. In short, for every $1 that CSD invests in CIS programming, an additional $1.72 is invested back into CSD by way of grants for CSD, partner donations, and additional emergency assistance. CIS started working in CSD officially in the mid-spring of last school year. Despite this less than ideal timeline, the CIS team hit the ground running and focused their work on building relationships and school-wide activities such as growing leaders, reading in the garden at Claremont Elementary School, and family literacy night at Tally. Pictured on this slide, you will see events from this school year for Tally and Beacon Hill students. On the left is an event with a partner called Share the Magic Foundation, Growth Capital, and Read with Malcolm. Also, you will see the Magic at Little Shop of Stories, which allowed 25 Tally students to select 5 books of their choice, demonstrating improved academic performance. On the right is a picture of students at Beacon Hill Middle School sipping and painting as they learn about relationship skills and responsible decision making. It is important to me, and I know that it is important to you, that our school leaders are excited and grateful for this resource. School leaders see the value of CIS because they see the direct impact on our students. 4 out of 4 principals agree that the services provided by the CIS site coordinators are having a positive impact on their schools and on their students' academic performance. All of them are very satisfied with the level of case management, student advocacy, and the ability to meet basic needs. I'll pause here to allow Principal Lockwood to share more about the impact of CIS at Claremont Elementary.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share Claremont's perspective on our partnership with communities and schools. Since the beginning of our collaboration last school year, CIS has played a vital role in strengthening the connection between school and families. Dr. Williams has truly become part of the Claremont community. Recognizing that equitable access goes beyond academics, CIS has stepped in to provide critical wraparound services, such as securing temporary housing for families in crisis, arranging transportation to school events for parents without reliable means, and connecting families to essential community resources. CIS understands that teachers' well-being impacts student success. They have uplifted our staff with simple yet meaningful gestures, and that serves as a reminder that our educators are also supported. Their commitment to removing barriers and fostering equity has been an invaluable support to our school community, and we look forward to deepening this partnership. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of initiatives that truly make a difference.
Thank you.
We look forward to continuing this partnership next school year and seeing the continued impact on our students. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
I have a question. There was a graph that shows that there are 169 students.
Yes, ma'am.
How are those students selected?
So the site coordinators review the data. They have access to our data for attendance and behavior, course completion, and they go through that data, identify students, and then they work with the principals and their leadership team to make sure it's the right students for the caseload, and also that it's not necessarily a duplication of caseload management, because if a student has an IEP already and has a case manager, doesn't mean that they can't be on the caseload, but they have that conversation to make sure it's appropriate.
Thank you.
And I have one quick question. In the slide where you talked about funding, in addition to the money that the school system puts in, that the other dollars are grant dollars and donations that CIS is bringing in. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I think, can I follow up with that? So is that what programming means? The programming is in fact grants and donations?
No, the programming is the site coordinators,
Okay.
the 3 site coordinators. And what they bring in with the activities they do with the
Okay.
students, and the individualized case management.
Thank you.
All right. Community in Schools is a critical partnership for CSD. I often share publicly the study conducted by Stanford University. According to this study, CSD has the greatest wealth achievement gap, not in Georgia, not in the Southeast, but in the nation. This partnership also allows us to meet the most basic needs first, so that we can then meet the needs of our students academically and also their well-being.
Thank you, Mrs. Holt, for the update. Members of the board have been asked, how are communities and schools helping our students, and what is the return on the investment for CSD? This board is now armed with the information that we should need. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, and Nicole Golden, Chief Deputy Tax Commissioner, as they share how the DeKalb County Tax Commissioner's Office works with staff to inform the budget process.
Good evening, Board Chair, Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair esteemed members of the board, student representative Elena, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. This evening, we have the pleasure of having Attorney Nicole Golden, Chief Deputy Tax Commissioner of DeKalb County, join us to discuss the role of the Tax Commissioner's Office. Prior to accepting the position as Chief Deputy Tax Commissioner for DeKalb County, Attorney Golden served as Chief Assistant District Attorney in DeKalb DA's office. She also served as a Special Prosecutor in the Crimes Against Children Unit. Attorney Golden is a graduate of Xavier University of Louisiana and Emory University School of Law. She is a 24-year resident of DeKalb and has worked in DeKalb County, Georgia for 21+ years. I introduce to some and present to others, Attorney Nicole Golden.
Good evening. Thank you for having me today. The Tax Commissioner is first to be here. Unavailable. So today I just want to say, or talk briefly about what we do in the Tax Commissioner's Office. Of course, we serve all citizens of DeKalb County, including residents of the city of Decatur. And we, our budget is about our collections, I should say, is about $1.8 billion across the county. We collect for the county, cities, school districts, and we also have about 103 employees that do just that, who work very well. And who, without our wonderful staff, we would not be able to do what we do. Our primary collections are for property taxes, obviously, as well as for motor vehicles. So we register vehicles, we title vehicles. We do not handle driver's license services, but we handle all other motor vehicle operations. We also have the responsibility of processing exemptions, homestead exemptions, for all citizens, including senior exemptions, basic exemptions, exemptions for disabled adults, and those, of course, are opportunities for our taxpayers to get a reduction in their property taxes. We have been focused, the last 8 years I've been in the tax commissioner's office, on providing as many services online as possible. Obviously, we still offer all those, all collections and bill payment and exemption applications in person for our folks who are not necessarily tech savvy, but that has been a really big push for us, is to put as many of our services online so folks don't have to come to our office if they don't like. We've also created opportunities to make appointments because people have obviously have it in their minds that they're gonna come and wait at the tax office for hours to get, their procedures done. But we've been, I think, pretty good at cutting down on that. There's no lines outside the doors. And customer service has been huge for us, providing that, especially to the tax commissioner, providing that for all citizens. So we provide bills, obviously, every year to everyone, including the City of Decatur residents, for DeKalb County taxes and for, and then we also process exemption applications. Let's see, the other thing we do for City of Decatur and City of Decatur schools is the digest, obviously, the tax digest. Without that, none of us could collect anything. So we work very closely with Russ Madison and his team, and we have a really good working relationship with them. And anything that, we can do to provide them with assistance, especially during digest, we don't have to do much coaching with Russ, we do annually. But that pretty much sums up what we do. I can go into detail if anyone has any questions. Our website is decalbtax.org. We're able to assist in any way needed. We're happy to be here and happy to support the City of Decatur, as always. I don't know if there are any questions for me.
So I'm not going to force you to commit to a specific date. I know Dr. Broom does a great job with projections, but it has been the case in years past where when we get the final estimates of the digest, it starts running up against the dates that we're having to vote to accept our millage. Is there a sense this year of the timing when we might get that projected digest?
Well, let me say this. What we produce, well, we have to wait for the assessment, the values to come in, and that is a separate office, so that's the tax assessor's office. Calvin Hicks is the chief appraiser. So once we get the numbers from the assessor's office, then we're able to do a projection.
Mm-hmm.
So we move as quickly as we can, but that number,
depends on their. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Golden. I appreciate your time and your expertise as we do develop that FY26 budget, and also looking for that support as we work with the tax assessor's office as well.
and we work hand in hand with the assessors. We couldn't do what we do without them. But yes, we every year we advertise the timeline and what we expect those projections to be and what the digest, when we expect the digest to come out. But we absolutely move as quickly as we can. It's in our best interest too to get it done.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Golden, I echo Dr. Whitaker's sentiments. The board looks forward to the annual presentation from the DeKalb Tax Commissioner's Office. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Chair Sultan, I would like to once again call on Dr. Broom, our Chief Financial Officer, and she will be accompanied now by Ms. Andrea Arnold, who is the city manager, to provide an update on tax collection within the city.
Good evening. I again have the pleasure of introducing two more guests that have graciously accepted the invitation to join us tonight. Ms. Andrea Arnold needs no introduction because we all are aware of the great work that she has done and continues to do in the city of Decatur. Ms. Arnold is the city manager for Decatur and has worked for the city since 1997. She has served in various positions with the city and has a Bachelor of Administration and Political Science from Furman University and a master's degree in public administration from the University of Georgia. We also have Mr. Russ Madison, who I work closely with. Mr. Madison has served as the finance director for the city of Decatur for 17 plus years. He has a wealth of knowledge about the city's finance and is my go-to person when I need to know more about the city's financial operations. Mr. Madison has a Bachelor's of Political Science from Emory University and a Master's of Public Administration from the University of Georgia. The city and school district's finance department work closely together, and today we will learn more about the revenue and property tax collection process from Ms. Arnold and Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Dr. Broom. Thank you, Chair Sullivan and Vice Chair Boots, for having us here tonight. Really appreciate the invitation, and as Dr. Broom said, our staff do work very closely together, not just at this time of year, when it's budget season and digest season, but all throughout the year. So I do believe that you asked us to talk a little bit about just the city tax revenues and the property tax collection process. And it was really a great segue from Ms. Golden, as everything hinges on the real property tax digest, and we are reliant on DeKalb County for that digest, and the work of the tax commissioner and also the tax assessor. We actually had Mr. Hicks and staff from his office speak at a work session to the City Commission last week. So I encourage y'all to take a look at the work session, and I'd say that it was extremely informative and emphasized just the the level of expertise, the type of methodology that's used by the tax assessors, and also the oversight at the staff level or at the state level to ensure the accuracy of the digest, the values in the digest. Here we are estimating that digest in May. I will say that Mr. Hicks stated that we may see the digest earlier than we have in years past because of some of the requirements out of House Bill 581, and so it may result, hopefully, that we'll all get that a little bit sooner, because we're very much in the same boat. I mean, pretty much once we complete our budget, and that's when we find out whether we didn't get it right. When they come out with the tax digest. And then, but that is a summary that we normally receive in May to help guide the budget decision-making process. Detailed digest in the summer, July and August. Just a little bit about the digest from 2024. The digest was 30% or 31% new value, so new and either new properties or improvements to properties versus 69% of revaluation or otherwise reassessment. And I believe that new value percentage was a little bit higher in 2024 than it was in 2023. Also, just the digest itself is over $3 billion. So that is the value of every building, a piece of property with the breakdown there. 22% commercial, 78% residential. And so that just makes it clear as we're making decisions, we as our elected bodies and staff are making recommendations in any decision related to taxes, to the millage rate, that falls heavily on residential property as opposed to commercial. I will say the city has spent years and years and years working on pushing up that commercial percentage. When I first started, that number, the commercial number was 15%. But I will also say that in 2023, that commercial number was 24%, but there were a number of appeals of the commercial property values that resulted in that drop in the commercial property values. And that digest from 2023 to 2024
was just shy of a 6% increase in the digest. And of course, just a reminder, both parties, the school system as well as the city and county, we're all required to comply with the state taxpayer bill of rights, and so that's the number of advertisements, public hearings that must be held, and those are requirements by the state. And then the property tax billing. So unlike many of the other cities throughout DeKalb County where the tax commissioner actually does the billing for those cities, the city of Decatur actually does bill and collect its own taxes, and we do bill and collect for the school system as well as the city government. So there's one bill that's being sent for city and school taxes, and then we collect them, and then on a monthly basis, we distribute those funds to the school system. Real simply, how do we get the amount on your tax bill? It's just the millage rate multiplied by the assessed value. The assessed value is often reduced by any number of homestead exemptions that are offered by the city and by the school system, and that results in the amount that's due. We do have 2 due dates, so June and December, and so actually 2 separate billings and 2 due dates. And then the first installment bill, which is normally due on June 1st, so those bills go out in early April. They're due on June 1st. At that point, we have not received the current year's tax digest, so we are using values from the previous calendar year. Really, just the purpose of this slide is, I would say, let's look over in the right-hand column, showing our collections rate. And so you see, it's always 99%. Normally, I guess I can't really average that right here staring at it, but probably 99.6 collection rate. So I just wanted to, assure you all that that Russ and his team, do everything that's legally possible to collect the taxes that are due to these entities. So we're very proud of that collection rate. And we do distribute the funds to the school system on a monthly basis. So in addition to the real property, that's what we're most familiar with the real estate tax bill, but also personal property, public utilities, intangible tax, property transfer tax, motor vehicle tax, the railroad equipment tax. That just comes in once a year. But again, all of those are distributed regardless of whether we collect them directly or if the county sends us the funds or the state sends us the funds. Those are received by the city and then transferred to the school system. Also, the school bus camera program, those violations are shared between the city and the school system. And then all of the alcohol-related revenue. So we do collect excise taxes and license fees on alcoholic beverages, and those are split 50-50 with the school system. And as I said, we're proud of our collection rate, and part of that is, we do have a delinquent tax collections process. There's a billing ordinance that's adopted by the City Commission each year. We also do schedule and most years hold a tax sale. We place liens on the properties, and then the tax deed will go up at the tax sale. I said we schedule them. We don't always have to hold the tax sale. Normally, if that tax sale is scheduled at 10 o'clock, we'll have time to make the payment on their tax bill. And again, anything that we collect with the delinquent taxes, those are in your monthly distribution. And then finally, just to wrap up, as a reminder, and I believe that this is probably part of your conversation, with House Bill 581, it certainly has been a conversation with the city commission, that the school system does have a cap on its millage rate at 25 mills. The city also has a millage rate cap. It's normal for school systems to have the cap. It's a little less common for cities to have a millage rate cap. And so we do recognize that is just one of the many challenges with 581. And just a reminder about the school millage rate, under state law, in the charter, the school is the recommending authority for the millage rate. So when the school board votes on the millage rate, you are making a recommendation to the city commission. And then under the city's charter, while we are the levying authority, the city commission shall adopt what has been recommended by this body. But technically the city is the one that actually levies that millage rate. House Bill 581, I do believe that you all are aware that at our last city commission meeting, the city commission did elect to opt out of House Bill 581 for any number of reasons. Many of the what we believe would be unintended consequences of this policy, or the policy that is the failure to opt out results in a permanent decision to be opted in. And I want to talk really briefly about the school zone speed enforcement cameras. The city and the school system worked very closely and very hard to get the school zone cameras installed in 5 locations for the purpose of increasing safety, specifically pedestrian safety, student safety, in these school zones. We have seen from prior to the camera installation to now the cameras being installed, a 92% reduction in speeding. There has been a dramatic change in driver behavior. And that's the data, but also I'm sure that you all see it just as I do when you drive along College Avenue or Scott Boulevard or Claremont. You see that during the enforcement hours, that people are slowing down. So we do believe, not only do I believe, but the data show that these cameras are effective. There is a bill that is, that has been dropped at the state legislature to repeal all of these cameras. Unfortunately, there are areas where I know Representative has concerns that these cameras maybe, they're used in more rural areas where children aren't walking to school. However, we don't believe that that this camera should be used on what we believe to be an effective program, and I'm hopeful that we'll find a scalpel to fine-tune the legislation so that we can continue to use these cameras to keep our students safe. And then finally, the track and field at Legacy Park. I don't know that I need to say anything more, but that's just been an amazing joint project between the city, between the school system. Financially, we've gone in half and half in terms of the funds, plus the city-owned land there at Legacy Park, and we are just, at this point, we believe that we are just weeks away from getting that open. Now, the weather would just cooperate and put the track surface down. When I was there over the weekend, it wasn't keeping anybody away. And so we are, I just want to use this opportunity and public to say thank you for your support for that project at Legacy Park. So just much, much needed for the community, as well as for our student athletes.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold.
I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Andrea, can you, just briefly, provide board members with some of the discussion or what the thoughts were amongst the city commissioners as to why you guys opted out of House Bill 581?
Glad that you asked. I brought my talking points from 581.
So there are, a number of concerns. We talked about the tax burden redistribution, that where, this House Bill 581 only applies to residential homestead property. This will shift the burden of taxes to commercial property and to rental properties. There's that is a given. Also, this puts a greater tax burden on new homeowners, and so and it will create disparities between like properties. So you would have two homes that are identical. One has a home where the residents have lived there for 20, 25 years, and they've been paying taxes based off of what I believe will be the CPI. The other new homeowners, they purchase the home, and the value of that home is going to be reset to the fair market value. So there's going to be a disparity in the values, and therefore a disparity in the taxes paid. And so there's an inequity there. Also, we understand from credit rating agencies that the credit rating agencies, and those are the folks that essentially price our bonds, that they have some concern about this the artificial limitation on our ability to pay our debt service. And so again, it's gotten the credit rating analysts a little bit nervous as well. So those are just a few of the concerns that have been raised. Again, that the redistribution of the tax burden to commercial and rental property, the inequities that are created, the concern about the impact on really the cost, that it would increase the cost for us to issue debt or to borrow money, and also the fact that it will limit the turnover of the housing supply. You limit the turnover of the housing supply, then that's going to, if you limit the supply, even if demand stays the same, if even demand will probably increase, then that's going to have an impact on home values. And so it will, we share a desire for more affordable housing, and instead, this would just make housing that much less affordable within our community.
Dr. Sultan, if I could actually add a point relative to City Schools of Decatur that I think probably City of Decatur also faces. We are principally a personnel organization. The CPI is tagged to consumer goods and services as a very, very limiting measurement of inflation. In fact, it's the wrong measure of inflation for the activities that we do, selling dishwashers or repair them. CPI might fit. But in our case, and I suspect it's probably similar for the City of Decatur, our costs for teacher insurance, for example, doubled last year. That change alone accounts for the entire growth beyond CPI within the City Schools of Decatur. So we share the perspective with the city. This is terrible tax policy and extremely limiting for both organizations, and end up putting an unequal and inequitous burden upon our constituents.
Board Member Anderson? Yeah, I just wanted to go back to slide 2, and I wondered if I could get a clarification. There was 31% was either new value or newly valued versus the 69% for revalued. And I just wondered if there was more specific breakup of that 31% new value in terms of what percentage is actually new construction or new build, and what percentage is renovated. Or is that not even something you track, it's just the new value?
I don't have the information at that granular level. Quite often from year to year, I can spot and say, that was that new apartment development that drove up the value, but I don't normally have the information at that fine level of detail.
And then can I just get one clarification about the new versus the exist? So I'm an existing homeowner. How is the new homeowner with the House bill, if it were to have passed, or rather the city were to have not opted out, how would the person purchase carrying an undue or disparate tax burden?
So the new purchaser, when they buy that house, let's say it could have been, based off of the CPI, it could have just increased, say $300,000, it's $300,000. House next door is $300,000. So when they purchase it, it gets reset to the fair market value. Let's say if they bought it for $600,000, then it should be reset close to what they purchased it for. And so then you will have essentially, equal structures, possibly people with similar abilities to pay, but the new people who bought in, their taxes, in that scenario, would be twice the amount of the people who had lived there, for a longer period of time. And so the inequity is the fact that you have two homes that are otherwise at fair market values, would have the same value, but your taxes, may be dramatically different, and you're receiving the same service.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Arnold, and also to Mr. Madison. And we look forward to reciprocating a presentation to the Board of Commissioners later this spring on our FY26 budget. The symbiotic relationship between the City of Decatur and the schools of Decatur has been evident. And so thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Dr. Broom, Ms. Arnold, and Mr. Madison for providing property tax billing, collection rates, and the distribution here for the City of Decatur. Dr. Whitaker and the board, we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess. Yes?
Yeah.
In the residents of the City of Decatur and posted on the Board of Education and City of Decatur's website in accordance with the timeframes and other conditions set forth in House Bill 581, copies of which are attached hereto as Exhibits A and B respectively. And whereas on January 7th, 13th, and 2025, the Board of Education of the City of Decatur also issued a press release to the local media regarding its intention to opt out of the homestead exemption and advertising the public hearings, copy of which is attached hereto as Exhibit C. And whereas the Board of Education of the City of Decatur has complied with all of the procedural and hearing requirements set forth in the opt-out process of House Bill 581, now therefore be it resolved pursuant to its authority under the law, the Board of Education of the City of Decatur hereby opts out of the statewide floating homestead exemption created and implemented by House Bill 581. Be it further resolved that the superintendent for the City of Decatur, City Schools of Decatur, is hereby directed to file with the Secretary of State of Georgia copy of this resolution as finally adopted along with all exhibits no later than March 1, 2025. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall become effective upon filing with the Secretary of State of Georgia, and that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict with this resolution are hereby repealed to the extent of the conflict. This resolution and the exhibits listed are part of the consent agenda this evening. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? I want to reiterate that this is the time to share for the public your thoughts, your questions, or your concerns about this issue.
Yeah, I'd like to speak, please. So first, I hate the way the bill is written. It seems specious because voters could choose for it, and then municipalities and school districts, as most have decided, could opt out. But elections matter to me. And I looked up the results to see the percentage of people who voted for me, for example, in 2023 or voted for James, or voted for Hans. And then I got tired of looking, if you wanted the truth. But overwhelmingly, more people in our community voted to opt out of this. At the same time, I also want to state that my income in my household is derived from 2 public teachers' salaries. So I'm well aware when we're talking about the risk to teachers and education, and I have a daughter in the school district, that there are difficult decisions that have to be made. We have looked at the amount of money that we need or that we would lose, but I feel strongly that we need to listen to the people that are actually paying the tax bill. What I heard multiple times was that people wanted, and they support our schools. And by the way, I did look through all the budget feedback for anyone listening, so I did notice that 3 people who responded to the FY26 budget form did say, please opt out. So I appreciate that you shared that. But I also listened to the people that came here to speak. I listened to the people that were in the hearings. And what I heard multiple times is, we support the school district, but we want to know about those cost efficiencies. And that's what I would like to know more of. For letting me share, and I especially appreciate everyone who reached out and everyone who shared their questions and concerns. Thank you.
I wanted to take a moment. I strongly support opting out, and there are a host of reasons for that. But first and foremost, I do want to make it clear to the public, this was a thing that I did not realize I was elected to this board, that I learned after I was elected to this board. My job, and frankly, all of our jobs on this board, is not first or principally to be responsible to the voting public. This is often misunderstood, and I understand why. But here is the truth. We are not elected here to represent the adults that elected us. That is not my opinion. That is a matter of state law. Our job is to represent the best interests of the students in this district above all else. House Bill 581 would, without question, wreck the quality of this school district. And so my choice is very easy on this topic. I am here to represent what I believe are the best interests of the students in this district, to continue to deliver the best possible education system that we can for our kids. House Bill 581 would in multiple ways prevent us from being able to do that. So I will give a couple of examples. House Bill 581 is tied to the Consumer Price Index. The Consumer Price Index measures the growth of goods and services. If we were in the business of selling or repairing dishwashers, House Bill 581 might actually be relevant to our costs, but we are not. We are principally a talent organization. Almost 70, keep me honest, Dr. Broom, but 70+% of our costs are related to the teachers that deliver instruction within this district. This year alone, the insurance rates for our teachers doubled. It is a 100% growth in the cost for us to deliver insurance to our teachers. That is not within our control. There is nothing we can cut. There is nothing we can change. There is nothing we can alter to not pay that. It is not up to us. We are forced to incur that cost. That 100% growth on that line item alone outstrips Consumer Price Index this year by itself. On top of that, we are in a generational shift in the way that we recruit, pay, and retain teachers, driven principally by the pandemic. The fact is, teachers are leaving the profession. The teaching are demanding rightfully pay increases and better treatment. And I think for many of us that have worked in education, it's about time. We have increased teacher salaries the last 2 years in a row. We are going to do that again this year. Every one of those changes also outstrip the consumer price index. Simply put, if the citizens of Decatur want a quality educational system for their children, we have to opt out. If we do not opt out, I project within 3 years we will be cutting teacher jobs. That is if our teachers are not already quitting because we are not able to match the quality of pay and services that other districts around us provide. This is non-optional. It is literally this binary. Do we want a good quality school system, or do we want to opt out, or do we want to stay in House Bill 581? A very easy decision for me. I appreciate how difficult taxes are for the citizens in Decatur to afford. I particularly appreciate how difficult it is for seniors to afford the taxes within Decatur, which is why we have the most generous senior homestead exemptions in the entire state. If you are a senior and you are struggling to pay your tax bills for the schools in the city of Decatur, please opt out. Take the senior homestead exemption. This decision for House Bill 581, I rest well with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
The board, City Schools of Decatur has followed all guidance to fulfill the opt-out provision of the statewide adjusted base year ad valorem homestead exemption pursuant to Georgia Law 48-5-44.2.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. Ms. Burnett has provided an overview of the procedures and the resolution for the City Schools of Decatur to opt out of the statewide adjusted base year ad valorem homestead exemption. This item is on the proposed consent agenda and will be voted upon later this evening. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. Dr. Broom, our Chief Financial Officer, will present the first draft of the FY26 budget.
Good evening once again. Today's presentation will provide a brief overview of the district's 5-year financial history and a preliminary first draft of the fiscal year 26 budget for general funds. Other funds fiscal year 26 preliminary budget will be presented in March. Although all budget decisions and requests tie into one or more of the district's strategic accelerators, the Finance Department operates with a specific focus on Accelerator 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial equity and transparency. The two primary sources of revenue received by the district are state and local revenue. State revenue consists primarily of funds received from the state via the Quality Basic Education Act, also known as QBE. QBE was enacted into law by the Georgia General Assembly in 1985. The formula for determining QBE funds is based on multiple factors, including student enrollment, learning abilities of students, scheduling and grades, kindergarten through 1 through 12, and training and experience of staff. The state also issues grants such as the preschool disability and career technical adult education grant. Local revenue, largest source of revenue is property taxes. The district receives the largest portion of general fund revenue from property taxes. Other local revenue consists of tuition for the Early Childhood Learning Center, funds received for alcohol taxes in the city of Decatur, earnings from investment, and miscellaneous revenue, such as the sale of surplus property, violators of the bus arm camera, facility rentals, and other locally generated revenue. This slide shows the history of revenue from 2020 to 2024. Local revenue is presented in blue, and state revenue is in yellow. As shown, the district received its largest source of revenue from local sources, and local sources have steadily increased from 2020 to 2024. State revenue decreased from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 21 and has slightly increased from 2021 to 2024. State revenue is tied directly to student enrollment, which decreased by about 371 students from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 24. The slight increase in state revenue are due primarily to additional state revenue to cover the cost of increased salaries and health benefits for earned employees. The district categorizes expenditures by state function codes. This slide shows a list of the function codes with the percentage budgeted for each function code. In the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget, a detailed description of each function code is included in the appendix. The function codes show that the largest district investment is in instruction, which aligns with the strategic accelerator, student success in all areas. Instruction makes up 60% of the fiscal year 26 preliminary general fund budget. The instruction function includes activities dealing directly with the interaction between, including the salaries and benefits of teachers and instructional materials purchased for learning. The second largest expenditure function is maintenance and operation, which makes up 9% of the general fund budget. Maintenance and operation are activities concerned with keeping the facilities open, comfortable, and safe for use, including keeping the grounds, buildings, and equipment in effective working condition and state of repair. This category also includes maintenance personnel. Considering the district's facilities, with the exception of Tally and Fade, are an average of 79 years old, it is not surprising that maintenance and operation is the second largest expense. The third largest expenditure category is school administration, which makes up 8% of the general fund budget. School administration functions include activities concerned with the overall administrative responsibility for school operations. Included are activities of principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches, school clerical staff, and general office supplies. The fourth largest expenditure is pupil services, which makes up 6% of the budget. Whereas the instruction function is for staff and material directly related to the classroom, the pupil services function includes activities designed to assess and improve the well-being of students and to supplement the teaching process. Activities include guidance, counselors, testing, attendance, social workers, health services, and supplemental pay for additional duties such as coaching or supervising extracurricular activities. Although all functions have an impact on student success, instruction, pupil services, improvement of instruction, educational media services, and school administration are all directly related to the school and make up 78% of the budget. This slide is a visual of expenditures history from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 24. For the last 5 years, the district has continued to make instruction the largest investment. This slide compares revenues and expenditures. In 2020, revenues and expenditures were pretty aligned. In fiscal year 21, expenditures began to outpace revenue. As you may recall, the COVID pandemic began in fiscal year 20 and continued to have a negative impact on expenditures through fiscal year 2021. The district began to recover in fiscal year 2022 and has continued to rebuild the district's reserve or fund balance with revenue outpacing expenditures. During times like a pandemic and any emergency unplanned and unbudgeted, having a healthy fund balance is critical for continued and uninterrupted operations. The millage rate history varies based on the economy and financial needs of the district. The millage rate increased in 2019 from 18.66 to 20.25. With the onset of the pandemic, the millage rate increased from 2021 to 2022 from 20.25 to 21. The Board of Education decreased the millage rate in 2024 from 21 to 20.30 and currently continues to maintain a millage rate of 20.30. The fund balance history is a reflection of the previous slides of revenues and expenditures. As shown, the fund balance dropped drastically from fiscal year 20 to 21 as a result of the pandemic. The district has rebuilt the fund balance to a healthy amount, as you can see by the gradual increase in fund balance. The 5-year history of tax levy lists the net digest value. Real and personal property in the district has steadily increased for the past 5 years. The millage rate listed under the section titled Rates is a percentage of the net tax digest. If the digest increases and the millage rate remains the same, the district will see an increase in revenue due to the digest growth. This is the fiscal year 25 budget from board adoption in June 2024 to the present. Since the board adoption of the fiscal year 25 budget, Budget Amendment 1 increased revenue by 1.17% for state grant awards and expenditures by 1.25% for the addition of 2 maintenance technicians to maintain Legacy Park. All other fiscal year 25 budget amendments were funded via reallocated funds from the existing budget. The fiscal year 25 amended budget is our budget. The box to the right lists the changes to the fund balance. Since the board's adoption of the fiscal year 25 original budget, the beginning fund balance has increased from the projected to the audited amount of $19 million. Which is an increase of 27%, due primarily to personnel savings from the fiscal year 24 budget. After Amendment 1, it is projected that expenditures will exceed revenue by approximately $3 million, resulting in a projected fiscal year 25 ending fund balance of $16 million, which leaves a fund balance percentage of expenditures of 15%. This slide is a snapshot of the current fiscal year 25 budget and actual revenues and expenditures as of January 31st, 2025. The district has received 69% of the budgeted revenue, due largely to receiving 94% of local property tax revenue. Last year, this time, the district had received 70% of the budgeted revenue, so revenue is trending as projected. The district has expended 47% of the budgeted expenditures, which is the same amount expended last year this time, and is normal for this time of the year. Based on where we were as of January 31st, 2025 in the budget, fiscal year 25 projection is that revenue will come in short approximately $900,000 due to anticipated lower collection of local taxes and other local revenue. Other local revenue is trending low in K-12 tuition payment. Traditionally, we have tuition paying students for new property owners under contract. However, we have had just a few short-term tuition paying students this fiscal year. Other miscellaneous taxes, such as surplus sales and facility rentals, are also coming in slightly less than in previous years. State revenue has been reduced due to the state reduction of pupil transportation by approximately $64,000 from the preliminary QB allotment sheet to the initial sheet. Based on spending patterns and vacant positions throughout the year, it is projected that approximately $700,000 may be underspent in expenditures. If the projections were to be correct, the fiscal year 25 ending fund balance, as shown in the bottom table to the right, highlighted in yellow, would decrease from $16.3 million to approximately $16.1 million. Again, these are just projections, and as we get closer to the end of the year, projections will be revised to reflect more accurate numbers. One of the board's primary priorities for fiscal year 26 was a competitive compensation package for employees. Ms. Walker presented the board with a compensation package at January's board meeting. Based on the board's discussion, teachers would receive a minimum of a 4% salary increase. Teachers with a bachelor's degree, entry-level salary would increase from $57,700 to $60,008. The total fiscal impact for salaries only for teachers' minimum 4% increase is approximately If the fiscal year 25 budget ends exactly as budgeted, as shown in the column titled fiscal year 25 budget, expenditures would exceed revenue by approximately $3 million, as shown highlighted in blue in the small box on the top right under the fiscal year budget column. The fiscal year 25 ending fund balance would be approximately $16 million, as shown highlighted in yellow in the small box on the top right under the fiscal year 25 budget column. Be mindful that the fiscal year 25 ending fund balance is the fiscal year 26 beginning fund balance. In looking at the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget on the chart to the left, the budget was built on the assumption that local property tax revenues would increase by 5% and that other local and state revenues would remain constant with no change. As we progress through budget season and the state budget is approved, and the tax assessor provides a projection on the tax digest growth, revenue numbers will be updated to reflect the changes. Expenditures reflect operational expenses and salary enhancements as discussed in the compensation package, including a minimum of a 3% increase for all employees and a step increase for eligible employees. Notable changes in the fiscal year 26 budget included 8% increase in maintenance and operations. As stated earlier, the district facilities, with the exception of the 2 upper elementary schools, are an average of 79 years old. The cost to maintain the buildings is substantial. The 18% increase is due to increase in preventive maintenance, custodian outsourcing costs, energy increases, pressure washing, painting, and the addition of 2 maintenance technicians for legacy parts and operational supplies to maintain the track. The board has made a commitment to ensure the safety and security of all students and staff. The 15% increase in safety and security will be used to enforce that commitment, which includes at a minimum, maintaining the license for software for recently implemented safety initiatives such as Centegis, Crisis Go, and Advigilance. 10% increase in support services central is due to a one-time increased cost for the district's portion of paying City of Decatur for contractors to identify fiber cables prior to construction. Increases in other salaries and compensation, including hiring incentives, TRS increases, state cap increases, and of salaries above the average budget salary. 17% increase in school nutrition is due to the increased cost of school nutrition services for ECLC and Fraser. There is an overall 6% expenditure increase from the fiscal year 25 budget to the fiscal year 26 preliminary draft budget 1. This increase is due predominantly to salaries and benefits, which make up 86% of the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget. The top right box, highlighted in yellow, shows the projected in-fund balance of approximately $16.3 million for the fiscal year 25 budget. Again, this ending fund balance for fiscal year 25 is the beginning fund balance for fiscal year 26, which is approximately $16.3 million, highlighted in green under the fiscal year 26 preliminary column on the box to the right. For fiscal year 26, expenditures exceed revenue by approximately $7 million, which means the $7 million will be deducted from the fund balance and leave a projected fiscal year 26 ending fund balance of approximately $9 million. Whenever expenditures exceed revenue in a budget, this is considered deficit budget. If additional revenue is needed, the only source that is available to increase would be property tax. Currently, the district millage rate is 20.30. Increasing the millage rate by 1 mil would generate an additional $3 million in revenue. At this time, we are not recommending or proposing an increase in the millage rate. The fiscal year 26 state proposed K-12 education budget highlights include amending the current fiscal year 25 budget for a one-time security grant of $21,635,000 per K-12 school. For fiscal year '26, the government is proposing additional funding for K-12 transportation, reduction of pre-K class size from 22 to 20 students. Also included is the state mandated budget. Once again, is the unfunded mandate to increase health benefits. This proposed increase will increase the district contribution of health benefits over the last 3 years by $940 per month per employee, or $11,280 per year per employee. This unfunded mandate will have a fiscal impact right under $1 million to the general fund. Other proposed budget changes include reducing the student-to-counselor ratio from 1 teacher to 450 students to 1 teacher 250 students. Currently, the district has 1 counselor per building for K-2 schools, 2 counselors per building for upper elementary schools, and 1 per 450 students for middle and high school. Changes to the state QB funding are also referenced as a proposal. However, the details of those changes are unknown. The district contribution to TRS is proposed to increase from 20.78% to 21.91%. Custodians are proposed to receive a one-time grant of $1,000. The board adopted the fiscal year '26 budget priorities in December 2024. The fiscal year '26 budget is aligned with the strategic accelerators and the budget priorities. Fiscal year '26 highlights: under organizational effectiveness and excellence, the budget was built using a zero-based budgeting process. Every single operational request had to be aligned to a strategic accelerator and justified. Alternative funding sources such as Chick-fil-A grant will assist with the professional development. Tuition is being considered for grades K-5 in the preliminary draft budget. 1 has a fund balance between 4% and 6%. Under cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals, the board has been presented with a market analysis of the Metro Atlanta School District salaries and has committed to a minimum 3% salary increase for all employees and a step increase for eligible employees. The increase in TRS from 20.78% to 21.91% is included in the fiscal year '26 budget. The budget also includes $20,000 life insurance for all full-time employees, signing bonuses for special education teachers and paraprofessionals, and the expansion of the university pathways for staff via tuition. Under building and sustaining and engaging an inclusive culture, the district has made security a priority to ensure all staff and students feel safe and secure. Investments have been made to increase school entrance security, enhance emergency communication processes, and incorporate crisis response systems within the district. Funds have been allocated for social emotional learning, instructional materials for 6 through 12, and design year for K through 2. Under student success in all areas, funds have been invested in equitable outcome support at the elementary level, and funds have been allocated for the construction and design of an early childhood learning center. The budget includes support for ACT and SAT through Apple services. Funding has been allocated for PSAT exposure and support beginning in 8th grade. District-wide mentoring programs, and the refresh of 6 to 12 student devices. The fiscal year '26 budgeting process began in October with the adoption of the budget timeline and has been ongoing since this time. The next step will be the presentation of the use of federal, state, and SLOC funds in the preliminary budget draft presentation number 2 in March. A community meeting for budget questions and answers will be held on March 25th at 5th Avenue. Please also be mindful that the budget feedback for fiscal year '26 is active and located on the finance website. The fiscal year '26 tentative budget is scheduled to be approved in April, and there will also be a Board of Education community member on April 23rd at Westchester. 2 public budget hearings will be held in May, followed by the final adoption of the fiscal year tentative approval of the millage rate. 3 public millage rate hearings and the final adoption of the property tax millage rate will be held in June. Another award-winning budget book will be presented in August. The appendix consists of the state various function categories with a description for each. I will be happy to respond to any questions or provide clarification.
Thank you, Dr. Broom. We look forward to number 2, next month. Board members, I'm gonna ask you to hold your comments and your questions. We just break and bring you back.
Okay.
That's not very simple. Let's just switch to color comment here. All right, the following information is included in the board policy manual, and members of the public also acknowledge this information when they sign up to speak. This serves as a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign up by 5:30 p.m., and in doing so will be asked to state their connection to CSD and/or the City of Decatur. To allow time for the board's other business, public comment will be ordinarily limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specified amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit for all speakers will be 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused time to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board member. At the chair's discretion, persons violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speaker's comments begin to verge into the areas of hate speech or defamation, I will have to ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters, but may submit such concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comment or speak to the substance of any comments made during public comment. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow up with persons speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, will you please call our first speaker?
Yes, Tracy Nance.
Good evening, Dr. Sultan and members of the board. I hope you're well today. My name is Tracy Nance. I am a City Schools of Decatur parent of 2 girls, one at Beacon and one at Faith. I'm an educator as well and currently a full-time public education advocate. I come with you today because every single parent hopes that their child feels seen and heard. And that's what really brings me here. Last month, I reached out to the principal at Beacon Hill Middle School and the school counselor there regarding troubling incidents I learned about. I learned that many of the LGBTQ students in the 8th grade were not using the bathroom at all during the day out of fear of their classmates' intimidation, such as banging on bathroom stalls and leaving anonymous Post-it notes with slurs on them for them to receive when they returned. It's my understanding that in most cases, students had not reported these incidents out of fear of reprisal from their classmates or out of lack of knowledge around support. I did speak with both the principal and the counselor there. They were both professional, appreciative of learning this information, and I was sure that as counselors are working on a plan of how to better support students within the LGBTQ community. I greatly appreciate their willingness to listen and to discuss this. However, I'm noticing that that has not happened quite yet. Communication about a safe bathroom does not appear to have happened. Since January, I've continued to learn of very troubling incidents. In fact, just yesterday, I received an email from my daughter after school while she was there venting about such a situation. And I will submit this later to you this evening, her exact email, but to sum it up for you. She has a friend that was called a transgender slur 3 times and had his bathroom stall banged on. When she learned about it, she convinced him for her to take him to the counselor to figure out what had happened. She says that it took about 30 minutes just to see someone. And in her 8th grade mind, she thought the counselors were just chit-chatting. I assured her they were probably having a meeting, but nonetheless, she didn't feel seen and they felt dismissed. When she returned to the counselors, they said, "Oh, they're back." And she had to be quite assertive. I'm going to read to you a portion of what she said just so that you understand how it feels to be an 8th grader. And she says, "What happens if a student isn't as assertive as I am and was dealing with a crisis? They just get turned away? I can't tell you how badly I wanted to yell at someone, to just make them listen. Their whole job is based around kids' mental health and resolving problems, and yet they've actively caused more. My friend wouldn't have told anyone about this happening. I had to get another friend to convince him to let me take him. And I bet you the reason why is that kids don't actually feel like they're listened to. I sure don't. It took me interrupting them and saying that my friend was called a slur in order for them to even pay attention. Respectfully about to rage quit everything. Signed, you're a kid who could also be called a slur." I have a couple of requests that I'll submit to you in further writing, but in general, I'm wondering what type of counseling and instruction are students receiving about respecting all students, regardless of their background, their faith, their race, their gender identity, or their sexual orientation. I'm wondering how can CSE be more proactive in addressing prejudice in our schools? I do recommend, or I do understand and recognize that our legislators, you're right, Tom. I'll keep the rest in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next person is Heather Crystal.
Alrighty. We would like to thank all of the speakers for taking time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns of our communities. We will take your comments into consideration. All right.
Dr. Brown, you can return questions and/or comments.
Yeah, I'd like to look at slide 15. The FY 2026 preliminary draft 1 budget. And so just one clarification and one question. So regarding the support services central, and there's a 10% increase, is that only for the fiber optics, or does that also include, like Hans mentioned, that I think, was it 70% of our budget is personnel?
Yes, that includes personnel.
Okay. So then, I'm looking at school administration, and I believe we have a $377,000 and change reduction. We talked about the December, budget priorities. Am I correct in saying that that reduction is the result of eliminating what we decided to do in regard to eliminating the AP positions? Okay, so then, I'm not sure if this is a question that can be answered right now, but I distinctly remember when we were talking about this, and then, I don't know, Hans, if you want to answer this, because I was responding to the number of community members that had reached out regarding eliminating a school-based position. And then I think, Dr. Sultan, you had asked, it was something to do with the staff, I think it was 3 equity workers that would be in the school helping close the achievement gap. I think the concern was that some people in the community felt like, hey, this isn't going to be a school-based position. And I believe we were assured it was. So, what I'm trying to do is figure out how I explain to someone that we're actually not increasing, the number of administrative personnel, or that if I'm looking and I'm seeing the school administration is reduced by $377,000, but central support services is increased by $400,000 plus. And so I don't know how to answer that, because if I look at this, it looks distinctly like we removed AP positions, and now we are increasing central support staff.
So, I guess the direct question is, for the positions that were the AP positions that changed and the equity positions that were created, what bucket were those equity positions put into?
Instruction.
They're in instruction. So part of the increase in instruction is due to the shift of those. So it's not that the 377 left school administration and went to, which one was it? Support Services Central. It's that they left school administration and actually went into instruction. Okay, and then just what was the amount, when you said the fiber contract, what was the amount of the fiber contract, do we know?
72,000.
Okay, and so,
That's part of it, but you have your hiring incentives also in the central. And then, like if you have a position in the fiscal year 25 budget based on the average salary. So if someone comes in with a lot of experience and they start higher up on the scale, then for fiscal year 26, you will see that increase.
okay. So I think just a breakdown of to Ms. Anderson's question, just a breakdown of the 457 would be helpful. If possible, I'd like to look at slide 13. And so I just want to make clear, we are less than 1% off in our estimates of total revenue. In fact, less than 0.75% off in our estimate of revenue.
Right, and this is a projection, so.
Understood, it might change. But we are also off by less than 0.75, actually more like 0.6 in terms of our expenditures by projection.
Yes, so based on us reallocating those midterm requests.
Yes. So I just want to thank the superintendent and the administration for certainly the tightest budget I think I've been a part of. If we end up at these numbers, that's the smallest discrepancy between anticipated and expended. So I count that as good news.
And also, just to drill down on your point, I had the same question, I think, that you had about the services control, that 10% variance came. It's not that their new positions were hired or created, it was variance in salary. So salary increase or gets bumped up, or you had a position that was already posted, you had allotted for the salary, but they are entitled to somewhat higher than you had originally posted for. But for people who are listening, it doesn't mean that we have created more positions than we had in the previous fiscal year or budget.
Because, it's so interesting, like, transparency can be so confusing. I look at these categories and I look at the amount, and so I just want to be clear here that when we're looking, for example, general administration, right, that would be the money that pays each of us board members and Dr. Whitaker as well as others. And then we have central support services that would be anything from fiber optics to personnel, right? And safety and security would also be items as well as personnel. Okay.
All of the function codes, majority of the function codes are both operational.
Thank you.
I think it's also worth pointing out, if I'm not mistaken, but historically, there have been positions distributed throughout the schools, which probably should have been more properly coded as central office administration. And there has been action taken to try to correctly categorize. To Ms. Anderson's question about transparency, you can actually obfuscate things in a budget by putting things into the wrong buckets and taking the steps to actually correct that by moving the things to the right buckets. While that superficially looks like an increase in the bucket, it's actually that is actually increasing transparency in the sense that we are putting the right positions where they ought to have always been.
Yeah, we're consistently cleaning.
To that end, can I just ask one other question then? On that slide, do we have two buckets in the same column? Improvement of instruction and training?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So I'm correct correct then on 15, if I were to describe this budget to someone, all the things we talked about, 4% raise, et cetera, but we're only expecting 2% more in revenue?
Early, so that's preliminary.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's right. So the
Worst case
smallest,
scenario.
the smallest increase in Decatur's history, looking at the previous chart, right? Because last year was the smallest increase over the last, well, you
Right.
provided us 5 years of data, but I guarantee it goes a lot, much further back than that. And yet, that 4% increase in instruction, all the priorities are being met.
And you still have a fund balance of 8%.
And it has to be between 5 and 15, correct?
4 and 15.
4 and 15, okay.
I just want to make sure that Ms. Anderson, I don't want anyone listening in to feel like we aren't being transparent. So is there anything else that you want to see or need clarification on so that there's no miscommunication about?
I don't think it's that we're not being transparent. I just think that what we're providing is also requiring a lot of understanding that at times is difficult to put together. So I don't understand why, because I think it was Hans that mentioned something about not putting things in the same bucket. But about transparent accounting practices and.
Yeah, historically, and I'm gonna try to, I'm not gonna call names out, but there were in other administrations, things, in order to make central office look less expensive, categorize things that should have been categorized in central office in other buckets, so that we would not know to have asked the question. And so what I believe is happening is this administration is slowly but surely categorizing things correctly. So when we say that 10% increase in central office, what does that do to? We're actually talking about the full scope of the cost of central office, as opposed to picture.
And I think where it gets confusing, and again, I want to make sure I understand what I'm doing, but I also want to be able to explain to people that are asking. And so there's support services central, but am I correct in saying that in the general administration category, if the general public doesn't necessarily understand all of the departments, right, and areas of the school district organization? And so therefore, we use something like, I think, Hans, you mentioned central office, but when we're looking at these categories, then we have general administration. Clearly that must also refer to, in some way, central office.
The function code.
Yeah.
Give you a description of that.
Yeah, but to Hans' point, I mean, when you're something like safety, right, and safety personnel, but that person's staying at central office full-time and that's where they work, then as a CFO, you kind of have the ability to do that, and that's why it's so cool that you have an award-winning budget book, because we can go back and look at that. So if there are any budget sleuths out there that want to go back and that sort of stuff. I will say, I would support anytime there's a change in a budget code that rate reaches 10%, including why, I think would go a long way toward answering those questions, because when you said the fiber optics, I was like, that can't be more than like, 70,000, okay. I think that would be good, particularly as you clean things up as an administration, letting us know, that would be awesome.
Yes, one of the conversations I had was a percent change in a budget. If you go back to the FY26, yes, a percent change, that percent change and dollar amount change are very important columns, because a percent change on instruction at 6% is $3 million. But if I have, looking at what, people are talking about, which is student support services central, it's a 10% change, but that's a total of $457,000. Same thing for school nutrition. It's a 17% change, but dollar amount wise, the percentage of the budget is minuscule sometimes in comparison to the total expenditures. So we provide both dollar amount change and percent change, and we can see what all, if it was less than, okay, if it was telling what that could be. And we don't know why the power just went off on that TV.
Well, then maybe not a percent change, but a tenth of a mil change.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do like the percent change, right? I mean, the reason why percent change is there is because it does reflect to some extent the emphasis, a 10% change on a $4 million department is still a proportionate change on that. So I think both are important.
Any other questions?
Thank you. So thank you for your feedback. Thank you for your comments. At the upcoming board retreat, we will discuss positions that may be added in the next draft. Also, a reminder, as we move through this process, clarity from the Georgia Assembly will increase and ultimately the clarity that will have impact on the budget. So as we hear from the General Assembly, then we will be able to have greater degrees of clarity on the budget. So know that it will change for draft 2.
I'm sorry, is that increase to 1 for 250 in the governor's proposed budget, or is that just a bill?
That's the governor's proposed budget.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Broom. Dr. Whitaker, do you have a report tonight?
Yes, I do. Good evening, City Schools of Decatur. Once again, I want to thank our counselors for their immeasurable support they bring to our students and learning environments daily. As a part of the National Career Technical Agricultural and Education Month celebration, I also recognize the CTAE staff. Earlier, we received an update on the variety of real-world workforce opportunities the CTAE programs offers our students within our schools. All of the presentations this afternoon and evening are evidence of our strides towards achieving our strategic goals of assuring equitable outcomes for all students in CSD. College and Career Readiness Performance Index is the Georgia Department of Education's state accountability measure. In December, I presented the component scores indexed from our Georgia Milestone student performance last year. The final step in transparency through strategic data use and collaboration is actually led by the Governor's Office of Student Achievement, otherwise known as GOSA. GOSA released the 2023 and the 2023-2024 CCRPI single scores for districts on Wednesday, January 22nd. Fifth Avenue scores increased from 89.5 in 23 to 94.2 in 24. Tally Street scores increased from 90.4 in 2023 to 97.3 in 2024. Beacon Hill scores increased from 91 in 2023 to 94.3 in 2024. And Decatur High School scores increased a whopping from 81 in 2023 to 90.4 in 2024. During our modified work session and regular board meeting, we heard from the principals of these schools, and I believe their student data will continue to trend in the right direction. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge that within the last few weeks, our district has faced consecutive incidences that have caused disruption and anxiety within our community. After a citywide water main break and back-to-back severe weather incidences that ultimately led to full week-long closure, we returned to an immediate influx of executive orders that significantly affected the individual sense of security for many of our students and families in teaching and learning in our schools. With all the unknowns, this is a season of uncertainty for all of us. But I want to reassure our community that we will face this together. As directed by our local Board of Education, we will continue to support our teachers and staff in implementing the established board policies and district regulations that reflect the Decatur community's values of inclusive and engaging learning environments that foster trust, understanding, and respect for all. We will also adhere to the state and federal protecting laws for students. Coincidentally, executive orders came down on the same day of our inaugural School Safety and Security Summit, before a panel discussion on how the city schools of Decatur and the city of Decatur works collaboratively to ensure the safety and the well-being of our students and staff in ways that parents can support. I publicly addressed the top 3 issues that parents had communicated. The first 2 were weapons detection at Beacon Hill Middle School and Decatur High School, and those plans for next school year, and even the possibility of school resource officers in every school, resulting from the state schools' safety priorities. Both of these topics will be a part of a longer discussion at the board retreat on February the 25th. The third item was amid the executive order on the changes in immigration enforcement and the impact on our students. As I said in the latest edition of the Soup Scoop, we will continue to monitor state and federal legislation on these critical issues while implementing our key safety and security initiatives this year. These initiatives include cities' school safety zone cameras to ensure driver accountability, which has also become a hot button issue under the Gold Dome, CSD's new Centegix mobile crisis alert system for rapid emergency response, and the district's Crisis Go communication tool to improve crisis management. While we remain committed to maintaining a welcoming school environment, that's the hallmark of Decatur. Our new visitor management system will be increasingly essential. We have reiterated to all school leaders and the front office staff the importance of adhering to safety protocols concerning the entry of visitors to our schools or district facilities during the day. The new visitor management system will screen visitors against the state sex offender registry and provide visitor badges and real-time tracking of guests within the building. But before one enters the building, the front office staff has been reminded, when the bell is rung, to greet with a hello. This is whatever school it may be, and how may I help you? This safety procedure is small, but it is the first step in keeping our students safe. Additionally, any individual serving legal documentation from any agency, including Immigration and Customs Enforcement, will immediately be directed to the district's administrative offices here at the Wilson Center. Legal documentation is inclusive of a subpoena, warrant, temporary protective order, or with the introduction of the new Centegix alert system, district leaders and the local city of Decatur law enforcement are available to provide further assistance to schools if that is necessary. These new initiatives aim to increase physical safety while adhering to federal and state student safety, privacy, and laws. However, we know that the recent events also have the potential to impact the social and emotional well-being of everyone in our school community. Teachers and support staff are with our students every day, providing guidance that addresses the academic and the emotional needs of students individually and collectively. Every CSD school has a trained, certified school counselor and access to mental health professionals and community service partners who are able to offer additional support if necessary. We encourage our students and families with specific needs and concerns to share these with their teachers, school counselors, administrators, or other trusted adults in our schools. As I close, I want to underscore that while we may be a small community with diverse challenges, beliefs, and viewpoints, this is incredible strength. There is incredible strength and resilience here in Decatur. Now more than ever, we must work together to safeguard and uphold our values of inclusive learning environments that optimizes student outcomes for all students in CSD. Finally, I want to remind the public that pre-K registration is now open for the City of Decatur residents who will have a 4-year-old by the age of September 1st. Registration will close February the 28th. Chair Sultan, that completes my report.
Thank you. All right, moving along. Good evening. On behalf of the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education, thank you for joining us in person and virtually for our February board meeting. A lot has happened since the last board meeting. Like Dr. Whitaker said, I would be remiss if I did not begin my remarks by addressing what is on all of our collective minds. The potential impact for the recent executive orders on classroom instruction, students' gender identity and immigration status, and federal funding for public schools. The unreadiness was immediate for us as students, parents, educators, and leaders. In Decatur, we celebrate the values of respect, dignity, and inclusion that consistently keep our city ranked among the top 5 best cities in Georgia and in the entire country. In addition to our charming neighborhoods, the quality of learning environments offered in our small and inclusive schools are cited as a large part of why our city has such a desirable place to live and work. We all cherish our students and our beloved school communities. As your neighbors and elected board members, we further understand our important role in partnering with families to ensure students. City Schools of Decatur is a public school system under state and federal governing funding and oversight. CSD is also locally funded by this Board of Education. As a board, we continue to fully acknowledge that there are still many areas for growth within our district. However, as a governing body, we remain committed to our local board policies and strategic priorities of engaging equity as both an outcome and an intentional process designed to achieve fair and just access to opportunity and resources that provide all humans the ability to thrive. Also, per our shared beliefs, we remain committed to fostering learning environments that are inclusive, safe, secure, and supportive while ensuring that no student group is marginalized. For this reason, we will continue to support all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, learning exceptionality, immigration status, religion, or any other identifying characteristic. Working together with families, the school community, and our educational partners, I am confident that we can and will successfully navigate the complexities that may arise while ensuring public education opportunities remain available to all students in CSD. Now, to the second part of my remarks. During the pre-work session, we resumed our book study on the governance core. The board is committed to professional development that focuses on improving student achievement and organizational effectiveness, and this book exemplifies this belief. There was continued discussion during pre-work from the January meeting on policies related to staff political activities and general public relations, including possession of weapons by visitors. And we received the first draft of policies on instruction programs specific to dyslexia identification and support, student support, and curriculum development. With February celebrating career, technical, and agricultural education nationally, our work session also included an update on the fantastic CTAE work underway at our middle and high school students. The board had a lot of discussions during our pre-work and work sessions, which required a revision to the published agenda. The remaining work session presentations were moved to the regular meeting where the board received an update on CSD's partnerships with the University of Virginia and communities and schools, and a first draft of the fiscal year 26 budget. There was also an overview of the procedures and resolution for the City Schools of Decatur to opt out of House Bill 581, which passed during the 2024 legislative session, establishing a statewide floating homestead exemption. The board welcomed 3 guest officials this evening. We appreciate DeKalb County Chief Deputy Tax Commissioner and Attorney Nicole Golden for her presentation on how the county works with CSD finance team to inform our budget process. Additionally, we would like to thank City Manager Andrea Arnold and the city's Finance Director Russ Madison for presenting on the city's revenue and property tax collection process. The presentations for all board meetings are available on the district's website and Assembly. Every month, the board looks forward to celebrating our schools and the achievements of our students and staff. Today, we recognize the accomplishments of our winning student athletes in swimming and wrestling, as well as their coaches. We're pleased to applaud the 19 2024 recipients of the College Board's Big Future Award. The number of recipients for this award has almost doubled since my time on the Board of Education. We also congratulated the team of IB Physics students and their advisors whose projects won the NASA TechRide Student Challenge. The culmination of today's board recognitions was a salute to our dedicated student counselors in CSD. The board congratulates all of our students and staff on their achievements. As I mentioned in the State of the City during my State of the District remarks this month, we are incredibly proud that our students excel in all areas in their journeys towards lifelong learning and success. Last month, our schools were full of activities, including Lunar New Year celebrations of the lives of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mrs. Coretta Scott King. February is Black History Month, and we are honoring the contributions, triumphs, and struggles of African Americans throughout U.S. history. I encourage our families and the community to check school newsletters throughout CSD Weekly to support our schools and upcoming events and activities. I have a few dates that I want to bring to the public's attention. The next board retreat will be held on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, next door at the Epster Gym from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Finally, the next board meeting will be Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. As I conclude my remarks, on behalf of the entire Board of Education, I want to extend our most sincere condolences to Decatur's Mayor Pro Tem Tony Powers on the passing of his wife, Lisa Powers. Our sincere thoughts are with him and with the entire Powers family during this most difficult time. That concludes my remarks for this evening. I wish everyone a safe and enjoyable winter break. Board members, do you have any thoughts that you would like to share at this time? All right. We will keep moving. And we're going to move on to consent agenda items for action, information, and discussion. Okay.
Good evening. The December 2024 financial report and definitions of function codes are located in the Assembly agenda. The Finance Department operates based on the district's 4 strategic accelerators with a specific focus on accelerator for organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial equity and transparency. As of December, the district collected 46%, or approximately $47 million of the budgeted revenue year to
that was collected this time last year. Revenue is trending as anticipated. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year. The district has expended 41% of the overall budget, or approximately $44 million year to date. For the month of December, expenses equated to approximately $8 million. This is slightly higher than what was expended last year, due primarily to salary and benefits. For the month of December, there's a deficit of approximately $1.4 million, and this amount has been deducted from the fund balance. December revenue for capital and debt funds consisted of approximately $600,000 from earning on investment and SPLOST 6 collections. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year, and the $215,000 deficit was deducted from the fund balance, which was approximately $5 million in December. Fiscal year 25 anticipated expenditures for capital is approximately $12.7 million. The district has received approximately $2 million in federal grants. The U.S. Department of Education has confirmed that the federal funding pause that was effective January 27th did not impact Title I, IDEA, or other formula grants. We are closely monitoring all correspondence in regards to federal funds to ensure that the district is not physically impacted. The district has collected 40% of the anticipated fiscal year 25 grants and expended 37%. School nutrition is trending within the same range as previous years. The finance and the school nutrition department are in constant contact with the Georgia Department of Education Nutrition Department and will receive communication on any federal changes that will have an impact on the National School Meal Program. Collection for December for school nutrition was 42% and expenditures were 35%. We have to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Broom. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you. This item could be moved to consent. Let me scoot back here. Board, we will now move to the consent agenda items, which include monthly items such as the financial, nutrition, and personnel report. I will solicit comments from the board on each item. After the item has been discussed, it will be moved to consent. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda at the end of the discussion of all items. That was the first one. Consent agenda item number 2, which is the school nutrition report. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item number 3, personnel report. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item number 4, field trips. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item number 5, school year 2025-2026 board calendar. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item number 6, Claremont Roofing. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item number 7, vestibule design build. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item number 8, House Bill 581, homestead exemption. Board, we heard the presentation earlier and all exhibits are attached to the item. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Dr. Whitaker?
Chair Salton, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 8.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 8?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to policy, Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Chair Salton. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch to provide 3 policies for second read action for GAMA, GAMC, and BCBI. Additionally, Ms. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, will provide for first read policy KA and KMB. And then finally, Ms. Amanda Lynch will provide an update on the school year 25-26 tuition. Close us out.
Good evening. All right, so we will do it in that order. So tonight we have 3 policies for second read action. First is policy GAMA, drug-free workplace. This policy was presented last month for first read and has been available for public comment through Assembly. No feedback was received through public comment, and no changes have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation? It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy GAMA, drug-free workplace for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy GAMA, drug-free workplace for action?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Second is policy GAMC, responsibility to report criminal charges to employer. This policy was presented last month for first read and has been available for public comment through Assembly. No feedback was received through public comment, and no changes have been made to the version that was presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy GAMC, responsibility to report criminal charges to employer for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy GAMC, responsibility to report criminal charges to employer for action?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries unanimously.
Third is policy BCBI, public participation in board meetings. This policy was presented last month for first read and has been available for public comment through Assembly. No feedback was received through public comment, and no changes have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy BCBI, public participation in board meetings for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy BCBI, public participation in board meetings for action?
So moved.
Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Great, we will now look at, 2 policies on the agenda that were on the agenda for work session. These are policies KA, Public Relations and Goals, and KMB, Possession of Weapons by Visitors. These policies are being presented for first read. If approved for first read, they will be available for public comment through Assembly. Stakeholders can access any policies open for public comment on the right-hand side of the Assembly homepage. Assembly is linked on our CSD website under the board. First is policy KA, Public Relations Goals and Objectives. This policy has undergone legal review and had a few minor wording changes made, but remains the same in substance. As a reminder, it states the board's commitment to keeping the public informed of pertinent and public information pertaining to schools and providing the means for furnishing transparent, timely, and accurate information. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy KA, Public Relations Goals and Objectives for first read.
Is there a motion to accept policy KA for first read?
Moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds. Is there any discussion?
I just want to get clarification, and there's not many of us here now, but on belief statements in policy. What are our feelings about that?
Broadly?
I mean, it came up earlier.
Yeah.
And so, you know, someone shared that it was, you know, different in this policy because of this type of policy, and I'm just, you know, because we could make a belief statement about every policy.
Yeah.
And so,
I personally, I just think that a belief statement in a policy handbook is kind of putting it in a weird place. Like, we should absolutely make statements of things that we believe in and things that are important to us, and superintendent comments should as well. But like, I think the policy manual is for legal guidelines, that if I was a parent, let me put it this way, if I was a parent and I was upset about something, I went into policy and it said, we're following state law here, and that's all it said, I would find that relieving. I'd be like, oh, I need to call Representative Crawford, not Jane Johnson Day, because she's doing everything she can. And then if there's a belief statement somewhere else to support it, that would be great. But, you know, it's important to signal where stuff is. And policies often are only opportunity to do that.
because for me, it falls back on consistency. And, you know, I think that's a valid point. And so I just want to be consistent that if this isn't the right place, then we don't have belief statements. But I could support having belief statements.
Oh.
But I just think being consistent is important.
Right, because then everybody has questions. Like,
Yeah.
why are you not releasing a belief statement on this?
On
also
this,
important?
yeah.
Sorry, we just haven't gotten there yet.
Right.
I don't like that.
I agree.
I don't think that this policy has a belief statement in it, though, does it?
It starts with the Board of Education believes that our school is stronger.
That's why,
I
man.
didn't even look at the intro.
That's why
I
I
mean,
asked.
you could take that out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it would still have the same
Same.
substance. You could just take that.
Strike the first line.
Yeah.
Well, is it just because, would you start this policy off with our schools are made stronger by the support of the community? Is that?
I would start with to promote.
To promote, so strike all the way through therefore. So start with to promote a positive environment in City Schools of Decatur
That's equally as good.
and go from there.
You could take the feel out of it and just go with the direct action.
All right, we'll make that change and then it goes through first.
I didn't even read the
We'll post make the change, and that change will what will be posted for first read,
For public comment.
public comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Okay, we got a vote though.
All
I
right.
got the motion.
Any further discussion? All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor of the current?
Yeah, we're down to 3.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, second, we have policy KMB, possession of weapons by visitors. This policy has also undergone legal review and had a few minor wording changes made. It still prohibits the possession of weapons by any school or its property, and only persons authorized by law may possess a weapon on school property. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy KMB, possession of weapons by visitors, for first read.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to accept the policy KMB, possession of weapons by visitors, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Johnson Davis makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Whew. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch, and thank you, Dr. Whitaker. We encourage the public to review the policies which are posted on Assembly.
All right, we will now move to the tuition update. So as that gets pulled up, I'd like to remind the board that during the board retreat in November, I provided you with initial information related to the possibility of expanding our enrollment here in CSD to include tuition-paying students. Today, I'm happy to provide you with an update as we move forward with this opportunity. We all know that City Schools of Decatur is one of the top-performing school districts in the state, as evidenced by state and national test scores. Of course, this is one of many reasons we are a desirable place for families to send their students. And as we continue to progress towards the vision of all indicator set forth in our strategic plan, we are becoming even stronger for all students. At the same time, our enrollment in our school buildings is under capacity. Certainly, there are several factors contributing to this, but it also follows national trends of declining K-12 enrollment. Offering tuition-based enrollment is an opportunity to advance our strategic accelerator of organizational effectiveness and excellence, as well as an opportunity to serve more students in our amazing schools. First, it is important to frame that opportunities for tuition-based enrollment are part of the larger budget process. This board discussed budget priorities at the November board work session and adopted the budget priorities at the December board meeting. Among the budget priorities aligned to the Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence Strategic Accelerator was the desire to seek alternative funding sources, including grants, rebates, tuition, etc. Therefore, moving forward with tuition-based enrollment is aligned with the budget priorities of this board. Second, the board discussed the school allotment guidelines during the November board meeting and approved them in the December board meeting. These guidelines specify how we staff schools, including establishing the student-teacher ratios at each grade level. By looking at current enrollment and projected enrollment at each school by grade level, staff are allocated. Often, as I'm sure you can imagine, the ratios are not perfect. Tuition can therefore be used to round out classes. This helps ensure classes are at a funding size. Therefore, in response to the budget priorities and declining enrollment, we will launch tuition for the 2025-2026 school year, starting at our K-2 and 3-5 schools. In preparation, we have been conducting research and analysis. This includes an environmental scan of other metro area and Georgia districts that offer tuition-based enrollment options. We've met with school leaders, district leaders, and our legal team. CSC has had tuition practices in the past. We've talked to staff with this historical perspective and reviewed past practices to inform our strategy going forward. Our legal team has been supporting us with policy recommendations to ensure a well-thought-out design and implementation. Most recently, we have shared our vision for tuition next year with our K-2 and 3-5 principals at their school staffing meetings, with a preview of what tuition numbers at their schools could look like based on forecasted enrollment. The feedback from our principals was positive for accepting tuition students. Of course, there is still much to be done. In addition to providing this update to the board, we are currently working on developing or revising drafts of policies related to school admissions. We are also actively working on the details of the tuition enrollment process. Because we already have courtesy tuition as a benefit to current employees, we have a framework on which we are building. We are also currently finalizing and preparing to publish the number of anticipated tuition seats by school, by grade. March truly kicks off our enrollment season. In fact, registration for our rising kindergarten families or resident families new to CSC for the 25-26 school year opens on March 3rd. For tuition enrollment, March will be the develop and communicate phase. The board can expect any related policies to be shared during pre-work for input or discussion. The process for selection, such as a lottery process, will be established. We will also launch our communication plan to build awareness of the tuition opportunity for non-resident families. Throughout these initial awareness building phases, we will also be monitoring our regular enrollment numbers. In April, we will be in our engage phase. During the board work session in April, admissions policies will be presented for first read, which, if accepted, will then open for public comment. We will also open the application window for families seeking tuition spaces. During this phase, we expect to gain a better understanding of what the demand for tuition-based enrollment may be. In May, we will conduct our lottery or our selection process. This will include establishing a wait list if needed. We will be new students and families in June. It is important to note that June historically includes fluctuation in enrollment numbers, with new families enrolling and some families withdrawing. We will watch actual numbers closely and monitor our wait list to identify any additional seats we can offer. As always, our ongoing work will include a focus on continuous improvement, seeking to learn from this rollout by understanding the experience of our stakeholders and evaluating the effectiveness of our processes. Tuition is a potential alternative funding source. Therefore, let's take a moment to explore some of the specific fiscal considerations related to tuition. First, as discussed in November, the tuition rate varies annually. It is based on actual expenditures, state revenue, and midterm FTE from the previous year. Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Broom, has calculated our tuition rate for the 2025-2026 school year at $7,883. This is an increase from what the current school year tuition of $6,860 would be. The fiscal impact to the district would be contingent upon multiple variables, such as the number of tuition seats actually available, the actual matriculation of tuition students, actual overall enrollment, and the programming of enrolled students. As explained on the last slide detailing the timeline, we are currently finalizing the projected number of tuition seats at each school by each grade. However, let's walk through an example to highlight the potential fiscal impact. Our current projections have us opening approximately 60 tuition seats across our 5 K2 and 2, 3, 5 schools. Assuming we were able to fill all 60 of these hypothetical seats, this would yield $472,980 in potential tuition collections. QBE would also be earned on these students and would vary based on programming, i.e. special education, gifted, et cetera. Overall, we are excited about launching tuition-based enrollment for the 2025-2026 school year, but doing so first in a measured way with our K2 and 3-5. Thank you.
Within your policy development, will we also get some guidance on what eligibility criteria you have?
Absolutely, that's part of developing the actual process. So there is both the process of running tuition and then the policy level of what it means.
Okay, thank you.
And Board, I am aware that tuition options explored by former administration suggested it would not be advantageous financially. We will take a strategic approach by starting with K2 to fill seats, but not to the tipping point that would require us to open a new class. So that is the key to this.
Yeah, and having discussed it before, I just want to say out loud, once you're in, you're allowed to stick around for, the impact on after-school programming, probably not at the K2 level, but I know at 3, 4, 5, that is an issue. And then also just, if we do with a lottery, I think that solves it, just like equitable access for people, including special ed, special education needs, students. Those are the big three.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Future dates. Our next board retreat will be held on February 25th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Epster Gymnasium. Topics include a debrief from the board's visit to an early learning center in Grand Rapids, Michigan, safety and security plans for the 2025-2026 school year, and an all-indicator strategic plan update. Our next board meeting will be held here at the Wilson Center on March 11th. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:36 p.m.